What up, peoples? This is just a little something for your speakers. No second guessing that. Who tried to tell me that lyricists can't write records? Spirited hands tight, effort touch fans' lives forever. The Cali life, chasing the cheddar, patient and clever. Sometimes it feel like the road to riches is taking forever. We throw up our middle fingers and shouting fuck the police. They wanna lock us up and turn us all into parolees. Can't hold me, pass a blunt and hand me my 40. I might take a Miller High Life if you chugging a OE. Cause I'm selling my music, don't mean that I'm illegal. It's a therapeutic move, I'm just trying to appease my people. Thinking about it, ain't that the reason we push the weed too? Other than money, that's the only green that'll please you. You feeling this, let me know by nodding your brain box. Cleanse your system like Maylocks. Dance when the flame drop, don't name drop. Stand on your own too or they own you. It's over, I'm popping right now, you should lay low, dude. You feeling this hit, then nod your brain box. Madman on the mic, you know my name hot. Damn music jam to it, make the dames flock. RDV in this piece, that's when the game stops. So bump me in your speakers, bump me in your speakers. You feeling this heat, then bump me in your speakers. Bump me in your speakers, bump me in your speakers. Cribs, club, streets, bump me in your speakers. I rep for you if you struggle, stand with me in unity. I'm living by helping plan shit for my community. Don't net a lot, so I need multiple options for income. I ain't been a bum and I ain't never plan on being one. I see the sun, love making records, so I'ma need the funds. Don't try to be hard, but life is hard. If you sleep, you done. I'ma wait, the top of the pile is debatable. How dare anybody try to say that I'm not relatable? This is for my people that work for theirs on the regular. Y'all put the dots on the page, I'm the one connecting them. Relate thoughts with the best of them. Raw specimen, never get lost with the rest of them. Y'all settle in. San Jose to Vegas and it's on a Biloxi. Performances with Dealer Breach and on all the club scenes. It's lovely. YDMC gon' supply the bug greens, it's stuffy. Never with my RDV buddies. You feeling this hit, then nod your brain box. Madman on the mic, you know my name hot. Damn music jam to it, make the dames flock. RDV in this piece, that's when the game stops. So bump me in your speakers, bump me in your speakers. You feeling this heat, then bump me in your speakers. Bump me in your speakers, bump me in your speakers. Cribs, club, streets, bump me in your speakers. Knock me in your box if you feelin' my quotables. I talk about struggles we all go through, that's why I'm notable. The dopest flow, I want them all from young to old to know. A year from now when the Poconos, they gon' say I stole the show. We need money, we tryna boost our bankroll. I'm from LA where I was taught to stay away from stank hoes. From day go to the Bay Road, go to state get our payroll. Smoke an eighth of that dank and reflect on my homie Kato. No respect for the fake though, lay it out on the table. Want me to speak the truth, I'm ready, willing, and able. Know you feel it, cause I spit what you wish you could say. But you gotta earn yours. Learn more about the way of life. I got burn sores. Blemishes from what I've been through that don't concern y'all. You feeling this hit, then nod your brain box. Madman on the mic, you know my name hot. Damn music jam to it, make the dames flock. RDV in this piece, that's when the game stops. So bump me in your speakers, bump me in your speakers. You feeling this heat, then bump me in your speakers. Bump me in your speakers, bump me in your speakers. Cribs, club, streets, bump me in your speakers. Yeah. This track pretty much goes out to my everyday people. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all might know me as Madman, and on the microphone I'm vicious, no doubt. But off the microphone, that dude Brandon is an everyday ass nigga.
Hey yo, JB, they thought we fell off or something, man. What you think? I didn't think so. MAQ, man. No surrender, no retreat. For real, you really thought we fell off though? You thought I disappeared? Word? Watch me resurrect like the second coming. It's never just about the cash, I kill for next to nothing. Long as you listening and long as the record's bumping, I'm liable to torch the building when my best is summoned. True. JB, keep it banging with the fresh production. What up? It helps create the proper balance like a breast reduction. The deep end becomes a puddle when I step and jump and credit buzzing Cali to Africa with my second cousins. I came a long way, from a long way. I had to U-turn, I went the wrong way. Addiction mixed with depression made for some long days. Dug my way out of it, had to do what the song say. Come on, still here, if you know me, it's a blessing. Stacking trophies, learning lessons with my homies and my brethren. It's real. Trying to win, better stick to the guidelines. Y'all quitters better stick to the sidelines. Fuck a white flag, surrender ain't happening. Gotta soldier on till we gone, stay battling. No, we ain't panicking, no, we ain't vanishing. Throwing in the towel ain't happening. Fuck a white flag, surrender ain't happening. Gotta soldier on till we gone, stay battling. No, we ain't panicking, No, we ain't vanishing. Throwing in the towel ain't happening. You thought I disappeared? What? Watch me reappear like a magician. Rappers sweaty soldiers, but they nowhere near the mission. Clogging up the circuit, they be all in the way. The get rich quick scheme fails, they call it a day. Hey, sharpen up and adjust, switch up your plan. Instead he quitted and ran. He went to sit in the stands with all the rest of the fans, probably where he belongs. He thought he was an artist, that motherfucker was wrong. Too bad. Time's precious, I don't waste it on a weak chunk. Nope. Call that a roadblock? What? That's just a speed bump. A minor inconvenience. I run it through and raise my name to a level where people can't deny my simple genius. No surrender, no retreat with the white flag. I hustle for my duffel, I be working for my bag. What you wanna be, a boss or a henchman? Y'all quitters better stick to the bench, man. Fuck a white.
Why I only fuck with cats like Oogie the Brigga tease them. And why my fan base is growing so thick, cause nobody likes people who can only be a dick. This is it, the moment that I have been waiting for, of getting.
What up, peoples? This is just a little something for your speakers. No second guessing that. Who tried to tell me that lyricists can't write records? Spirited hands, tight effort, touch fans' lives forever. The Cali life, chasing the cheddar, patient and clever. Sometimes it feel like the road to riches is taking forever. We throw up our middle fingers and shout, we fuck the police. They wanna lock us up and turn us all into parolees. Can't hold me, pass a blunt and hand me my 40. I might take a Miller High Life if you chugging the OE. Cause I'm selling my music, don't mean that I'm illegal. It's a therapeutic move, I'm just trying to appease my people. Thinking about it, ain't that the reason we push the weed too? Other than money, that's the only green that'll please you. You feeling this, let me know by nodding your brain box. Cleanse your system like Maylocks. Dance when the flame drop, don't name drop. Stand on your own too, or they own you. It's over, I'm popping right now, you should lay low, dude. You feeling this hit, then nod your brain box. Madman on the mic, you know my name hot. Damn music, jam to it, make the dames flock. RDV in this piece, that's when the game stops. So bump me in your speakers, bump me in your speakers. You feeling this heat, then bump me in your speakers. Bump me in your speakers, bump me in your speakers. Cribs, club, streets, bump me in your speakers. I rap for you if you struggle, stand with me in unity. I'm living by helping plan shit for my community. Don't net a lot, so I need multiple options for income. I ain't been a bum and I ain't never plan on being one. I see the sun, love making records, so I'ma need the funds. Don't try to be hard, but life is hard if you sleep.
Yeah. It's your boy YDMC. Man, I had to talk about some real truths with my boy T's and Beats. Check it. In this land full of snakes, I gotta keep me an H to keep myself sane and take away all my pain.
Tell everybody I'm the enemy. Include the story of the maker who made the person that is he. It all started bad when we both had met. You played a role that was too good to seem real. No doubt I was a fool to fall for the things you said and to try to seal the deal. You would do me right, but then somewhere along the line of the life never added up to your reality slip on by. How can I forgive all the wrong you're throwing down my way? When I try to do you right, you put me wrong. About you got plenty promises that I made was so bland. They on my own. You taught me a lesson I was sure to learn. To you I won't be enough. Now you hitting my line banging, saying that you want me back. It's way too late to apologize. Should've thought of that. I got tired of being deceived. I'm not looking for your apologies. I'm not gonna be around and say you're missing me, and that's all because you
told me you were down for me, but you lied. Quit talking like you've been around the whole time. I can see the snake in you through both eyes. I can see the snake in you through both eyes. Told me you were right for me, but you lied. Some sides to every story, I know both sides. I can see the snake in you through both eyes. I can see the snake in you through both eyes.
Truly noticed, truly hopeless. This bitch thought that I wouldn't notice. I was tripping, shit was bogus. Let my guard down. Icebox was my heart now. Icebox, I'm the coldest. You ain't played your part now, so that's why we apart now. Wait for me, bitch, don't discuss it. Don't ever hit my phone again, bitch, ain't no discussing. You made your bed, now laying there. Stab me through the heart, and nature you engraved in it. Eyes in the back of my head, I see everything. Hold that thought before pulling out a wedding ring. Form a thought, do with that. Drop a quit, and be out. Trust an owner, keep the broker. Piff don't give a fuck about no.
Told me you were down for me, but you lied. Quit talking like you've been around the whole time. I can see the snake in you through both eyes. I can see the snake in you through both eyes. Told me you were right for me, but you lied. Some sides to every story, I know both sides. I can see the snake in you through both eyes. I can see the snake in you through both eyes.
been kicking back, just mastering the art of war. Like my philosophy evolving every single day. Like my technique advances greatly every battle won. Like concentrating to perfect the application. I'm like
stroke of a brush, stroke of a blade in the system of combat. The picture I paint with the fist, made a break with the grace of a crane. It is swift like a snake with an elephant straight with a kendo a left way. Straight up when it comes to the arts that I train and I don't play. Kick trees to the leaf shake, working on my punch technique, neck deep in a green lake. With my mentality at peace, philosophy revolving round the ways of Jeet Kune Do, devised by Master Lee. But I stay open-minded in the hopes that I can learn any lesson and evolve my style with no path too vile, no hill too high for me to climb along and be what I'm aspiring to become. A giant in these arts of war, like FIFA, fofo, foot hit the ground with the sound of a war drum played when displaying my form 1. Form 2, take a little more talent, only teach my technique to a word to combat, and only to the one standing adequate will combat. Skin my mind like a scholar, but I fight like an animal. From Moy Boran to Silat, karate to Bajikwan, from capoeira to Hungar and everything between. I retain any information that is proven useful, leave the rest to waste, and throwing in my flavor to adjust the taste of my philosophical contemplation. The attacks you can do what you will all amount to 1/4 of your combat skill. To be real, you at best be a mental gymnast way before you can dream to apply back kick to the real life action. No form is my form, no way is my way. Matter of fact, it's my whole life dedicated to the practice of being a master of war with a passion.
I've been kicking back, just mastering the art of war. Like my philosophy evolving every single day. Like my technique advances greatly every battle won. Like concentrating to perfect the application. I'm like,
they say before a battle, you should know your enemies well. But victory won't be achieved unless you know about yourself. I will myself, bitch, I've been at war for years. But strength and weakness is oh so clear. I got a grip or a hold of control of my fears. Come and fuck with the modern day samurai here. I can go and knock you all one by one while I'm slipping through the dark of the night. That have to throw us somewhere will of fire it, take away the thrill of the fight. Let me show you all the art of war. Let me show you what it really means. Let me show you how to go further beyond and gain the answers you really seek. Power comes in response to a need, not coming from desire. No, not everybody didn't grow up here with the same shit that I heard. Yo, stepping on my honor. When it comes to it, I will not falter. My will harder than armor, but my battles make it stronger. Not giving up is my magic, or maybe never learn how to. I swear the shit is so tragic. Y'all don't want me to win, but I have to. Fluid like water, movement like lava. Yeah, I'll melt the shit that I ran through. I'll stand my ground, not backing down. Y'all come around and I'll hand you.
I've been kicking back, just mastering the art of war. Like my philosophy evolving every single day. Like my technique advances greatly every battle won. Like concentrating to perfect the application. I'm like, I've been kicking back, just mastering the art of war. Like my philosophy evolving every single day. Like my technique advances greatly every battle won. Like concentrating to perfect the application. I'm like,
there are a lot of things that are going on that are unjust, people aren't being held accountable for, and that's something that needs to change. That's something that, you know, this country stands for freedom, liberty, justice for all, and it's not happening for all right now.
Demeaning minions to demons, mediocre at best. Aim for the mental, though damage the camera on the chest. Can all be so simple, miseducation was rampant. They probably should want the carpet off duty sergeant and captain. Pollution amongst the masses, humiliated us laughing. Slavery wasn't outlasting, the oxygen's not broadcasting out. Carry out propaganda with blue black in the plastic. Civil unrest is active, the activists lacking action. The same story, we're stuck in the past, the lawyer. Systematic domination, noses through the floor again. Attempting to spread fear, while smiling from ear to ear and knowing the route is here. See, the picture is really clear. The orange hypocrite no different from policing pigs. They wanted this only obedient while they murder our kids. It's true too that we should vote and try to rock the boat, but the waters make karma trying to sink everything that floats.
A cop who opened fire says he thought the guy was reaching for a weapon, but 26-year-old Daniel Shaver was unarmed.
Prosecutors say Officer Derek Chauvin had his knee on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, including 2 minutes and 53 seconds after Floyd had become unresponsive.
These aren't new situations. This isn't new ground. It's things that have gone on in this country for years and years and have never been addressed.
It's a real catch-22. What? Tax money pays your wage and I don't fuck with you. Black lives ended by pigs, sadly it's nothing new. Try to put your faith in a broken system, it's tough to do. True. Interact with a cop feels like a death trap. I don't feel safe when you around and I resent that. New laws and personnel, that's what we need. Sick of seeing public executions on my news feed. Come on. Real talk, how gross can it get? You made enemies out of people you're supposed to protect, and when they protest against you, do you respond? Continue the brutality. A bunch of mindless tools, government foot soldiers. Shoot a little girl in the face and shrug their fucking shoulders. Y'all better straighten up and turn it around. That's why the Minnesota precincts got burnt to the ground. So learn your lesson.
You, my grandbaby, you killed him and you trying to blame me. You know I never touched you, Mr. Weekly. You know I never touched you. You know you wrong. She was only 7 years old.
Cops are getting paid leave for killing people. That's not right. That's not right by anyone's standards.
In the US, I know I'm dealt with a bad hand. Trying to beat the odds like the cops beat up a black man. Let me be a victim, I'm a suspect regardless. Fuck with me for their entertainment, one of our hardships. Always wanna be humble, I don't try to start you, but humility's what they want us to crumble apart with. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Michael Brown. Oscar Grant, the shit just gotta unite us now. Only chance that we got is a united sound. So middle finger to police in the entitled ground that they think they standing on when they doing the shit. Don't tell me that racism ain't institution, it is. Wanna take my life from me cause I'm choosing to live. Macing little girls, they don't care if they ruin the kid. Middle finger to the system, they use me. And my other middle finger, I'm flipping to Drew Brees. Who that?
I mean, people are dying in vain because this country isn't holding their end of the bargain up as far as, you know, giving freedom and justice and liberty to everybody. Everybody. Everybody.
I can't breathe. 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 Now what do you do? What's happening? What's happening? So we're chilling. Yeah, set it up to the surround. Is episode 60, yeah, for season 4. Y'all, we been chilling big today. What's up, y'all? Where my big chillers at today, y'all? What's up, Lux? What up, Big Shaka Zulu. Big chillers, how y'all doing? Big chillin', y'all. Episode motherfucking 60. 60 weeks. 60 weeks. One day a week. 60 weeks. 60 weeks, y'all. What's happening? Season 4 from you. 60. So let's see what's going on with that. I'm just starting up there, y'all. I'm starting. So what's happening? So, that is what we thank you. Here's a sound test. I can't really know. What's the word? What's the word? How we sounding out there, y'all? It's real bad. Let's try it.
up, though? I'm sorry, y'all. It's an interactive show. We trying. Especially now, let us know what's going on. Help us help you. Let us know what's good. I'm seeing some tunes to Big Chill with y'all real quick.
Oh, yeah?
This episode of Big Chillin' with Diff Dope has been brought to you by Diff Dope.
As every episode of Big Chillin' with Diff Dope is. And that is very important information for us to let them know.
Still someone breaks off some chips. Sponsors us.
Right.
We sponsor our goddamn self.
A little choppy.
It is.
All right, how about this?
But we're gonna keep grinding and giving y'all that entertaining content y'all dig.
Yes, indeed. All right.
Must.
Let's see how this sounds.
Hey, Rahman Jamaal watching this intro like, fuck y'all doing.
Pretty much.
Look at him in the background. Looks like he's.
Oh, you can see.
You got the business look like it.
Oh, that.
Y'all got this together.
All right.
I haven't even kind of popped up on screen.
You sound better?
There we go, says Jackie. Okay.
All right.
Sweet spot.
Good looking out, Jackie.
Sorry about y'all. Episode 60 started with some fireworks, y'all. Not just the ones in the back. Well, apparently, something fried on my shit. It's all good. I'll fix it later.
Oh, I saw myself. I popped up for a second.
Oh, yeah. You guys probably want to see the crew and not my ugly mug the whole time. My B.
We in here.
We in here. All right.
You see the ugly crew.
All right.
All our ugly ass mugs.
Damn, nigga. Oh, why I gotta be all that?
Especially that nigga in the middle.
He's like,
Man. I don't know who's
speak
out here. All right, y'all. What's up? How you living?
My mother told me I don't look that bad.
Mother told me I'm handsome. She lied.
I was about to say, she's got to tell you that.
Your mom's gotta say. Mom has to say you're handsome.
Well, she only told me I'm not that bad. So.
You're like, you in
Damn.
really cool.
I'm just playing, Mama. If you ever watch this episode, I'm just playing, Mama.
I'm sorry, Mom.
You picked to come sing that shit again.
Oh, just playing. I didn't mean it.
I'm gonna wait till YD gets back and we're gonna break this down. Episode 60.
Got some ish to discuss, huh?
The big 6-0.
The number 6, the number 0. We do need to figure out which episode this should be.
That's like David Robinson with Tim Hardaway on his shoulders.
Damn.
Pause.
I was gonna say something, but
Yeah, that was a pause.
Yeah, hey, I paused it. Pause button.
Right.
But I got it though. Episode 60, we got to give it to Otto Graham. Otto Graham was a quarterback from like the fucking 40s.
Old school.
But he's a Hall of Famer. He went to the championship game. This is before the Super Bowl even existed. He went to the AAFC championship game 10 times.
Oh, jeez.
And won it 7 times.
Woo.
He was the Tom of
He was
that
the
era.
original Tom Brady.
Yeah.
He was the man. Like, I guess George Steinbrenner, the owner of the Yankees, that was one of his homies back in the day. And he was like, yeah, he was as good of a quarterback that there ever was. That's back in the day where you could be number 60 and be a quarterback. So, yeah, got to give it up to that man.
Imagine a quarterback playing today with number 60.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I wonder when they started doing that, like designated numbers. That's a good question.
When do people actually start repeating numbers or put or
No, like designating certain positions on the football field to have certain numbers.
Like a quarterback is like he can be like 0 through 19.
Right, right.
All right, yeah.
All that. Receivers 0 through 19 and then 80 through 89.
Right.
I thought it was just like, linemen got higher numbers for for certain reasons, just fit wider on the jersey.
Oh.
So help me out on this. Offensive linemen are normally in their 60s and defensive linemen are normally like 90s, right?
90s, 70s.
Yeah.
Right.
Obscure numbers.
Obscure numbers.
Those are obscure numbers. You're like 71.
Hey, they're gonna come in handy. They're gonna come in handy during the episode 71.
Linebackers are normally.
Are there any
50s.
numbers? Are there any numbers that don't have numbers?
Linebackers 50s.
You know what I mean? Any numbers that don't have players?
Yeah, we.
It's a good question. I don't think so. We'll
Linebackers,
find somebody for every.
I mean,
think.
I don't know. You mean
figure
in
it out.
all sports or just in football?
In football.
Oh, well, yeah.
Oh.
No, not just in football, but like, yeah, I guess all sports.
Oh, well then,
Yeah.
That'd be crazy. We find like one number that no one's ever had. It's like 67 or some shit.
No.
So how do you guys look this up?
Sure,
The best player.
There's been a football player where that is.
So how do you guys look this up? The best player that was number 57?
Basically.
That's what you do. Look this up.
It's just, sports nerd shit I do once in a while. What players use this number?
Oh no, bro. Not that one. Oh shit. I wish I'd have seen it.
Who is this in the show? Oh, Looney was good.
what's up, Looney? All right, we got Rahman Jamaal, but we got Rahman Jamaal coming a little bit later. Okay, we have Rahman Jamaal coming in a little bit later today. We do have a special guest though before Rahman Jamaal comes in today.
Yeah, there's a surprise.
Yeah, yeah, we're busy. We're busy today. We do have a special guest before Rahman Jamaal comes in.
Just notice that hat, man. They got the Oscar the Grouch.
Yeah, you know what grouchier than me.
I was just about to say.
It's pretty gangster.
The Oscar
More
the Grouch,
fitting to be
y'all.
wearing.
All right. But we do have a special guest. All right, the special guest has come a long way. He's well known, actually. He's well known. Rahman's well known. People are well known. You know what I'm saying? This is a well-known show. This is episode 60, this is season 4 premiere, man. We're trying to step shit up. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta do things a little bit different, a little bit harder. All right.
You should be.
First thing I'm gonna lower the stupid fucking camera. Yeah. All right. All right.
It's the top of our head show.
Yeah, I was gonna say it like this. Hi guys, like fucking like the midget from Martin.
The midget from Martin.
You know what I'm saying? The one he played. Roscoe. There you go.
Yeah, I was trying to think of his name.
There you go. Yeah.
Character he played.
That was his favorite?
That was my favorite character he played. I thought Roscoe was fucking hilarious.
Don't
Every
you
time-
know
every
no
time he was
good?
so stupid.
Don't you know no good?
Don't you know no good?
Don't you know no good? Don't you know no good?
Roman.
I say Jerome in the house.
I say Jerome in the house. Watch it.
He was one of my favorites.
Yeah,
What
that's the best.
What was yours?
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. Martin
Roscoe on
No,
mine.
the karate dude. That's my favorite. I don't remember his name.
I don't either, but that nigga was hilarious, bro. Damn. Yeah, I wish I remembered his name because he was hella funny.
You guys don't like Shanae, whatever her name was.
Shanae was hilarious.
Pretty funny.
Shanae was fucking hilarious.
Good. I was more of a Wanda person.
Mrs. Payne, or his mother.
His mother.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Y'all fuck with Martin, man. Come on, man. We big chillin' talking about Martin.
The way she stayed cracking on Gina like every single time.
You know what I mean?
Did we have a special guest or something?
Yes, we do.
It was Martin.
It was Martin.
It was Martin.
No. Yeah.
Wow, that's kicking off.
You brought up Roscoe, and then we fell down the Martin rabbit hole.
I mean, like.
But I think Roscoe was the dopest character.
All right, yeah. Enough with this bullshit. It's big chillin'.
Yeah, memory lane and shit.
Yep. Bunch of old niggas talking about old TV shows.
That's on.
I remember Laverne and Shirley.
Martin at least is on repeat all day long.
What about the Flying Nun? You guys didn't fuck with the Flying Nun?
I don't remember.
No idea.
Oh shit, they ain't fuck with the Flying Nun.
No clue.
These niggas don't know nothing.
What was the Flying Nun?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That sounds like some obscure ass shit.
Yeah,
It's
seriously.
like a superhero nun.
Okay.
Yeah, what's going on?
You know, it's old. I think it's old enough for me to pull out pull up without getting copyrighted. So I'm gonna pull it up. But in the meantime, you know what I'm saying? In between time, we do have guests and shit in this motherfucking man.
He's been kicking the shit out of me.
What up? What up?
Boys are back.
Ciroc boys in the building.
Ciroc boys.
With a giant bottle. Still plenty left from Labor Day.
It's a lot, right?
Oh shit. What do you
Hello.
know?
Hey, big bro in
We
the
got
building.
me in the house today. What's up, y'all?
Big bro in the building.
Am I big chillin' with the three-headed dragon?
Indeed you are, dear sir. Indeed you are. Welcome.
Why, thank you. It is an honor and a pleasure. Can you hear me all right?
Absolutely clear
Yes,
as
we
day,
do.
sir.
Yes, we do.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I realize some people may have forgotten who I am, so if I may reintroduce myself, if you don't mind.
By all means.
Voila! In view, a humble vaudevillian veteran cast vicariously as both victim and villain by the vicissitudes of fate. This visage, no mere veneer of vanity, is a vestige of the vox populi, now vacant, vanished. However, this valorous visitation of a bygone vexation stands vivified and has vowed to vanquish these venal and virulent vermin vanguarding vice and vouchsafing the violently vicious and voracious violation of volition. Only verdict is vengeance, a vendetta, held as a votive, not in vain, for the value and veracity of such shall one day vindicate the vigilant and the virtuous. Verily, this suave verbiage bears most verbose, so let me simply add that it is my very good honor to be on the Different Dope Big Chillin' podcast. And you may call me V.
V, we're happy to have you here. We are much different and doper today with you on the show.
I understand. And is it true that it is the birthday of Max Steez we are celebrating?
Yes, we are celebrating the birth of the Mac indeed.
So shall we say, remember, the 8th of September.
We'll be here. We'll be here.
Bunch of
Well, excellent. Well, cheers to that.
Yes, sir.
Is it actually today? This is the 8th of September is your birthday, or is it another day?
It was actually yesterday, but yesterday was not a good day, so I'm rebranding it for today.
Excellent, yes. Well, then I shall remember the 7th of September as well.
Wow, indeed. And V, you're not alone here. You also have viewers from the Different Dope, from the diffdope.com portal. You have viewers here live on YouTube in the chat.
I can see that.
This is indeed a live interactive show that we throw here.
Well, hello, yes, to all of you listening. Jackie is out there, I see, and M. Lopez, as well as Robert. It is very nice to be on here with you.
Those are folks that follow us all the time.
Every week in,
Yes,
week
sir.
out.
Yes, sir.
60 weeks strong we are.
I understand. And what is you have a guest on today as well?
Yeah.
Besides myself, of course.
No, we have a good friend of ours, Rahman Jamaal, MC extraordinaire, activist, actor, producer, teacher.
Yes, I have heard of him actually. I'm actually a big fan of his.
No, he's a incredible individual, and
he happens to be a fan of yours as well.
Yes, indeed. I've heard stories.
Yes, we go way back actually. He's a good friend.
And it's been a while, with closures and things. We haven't actually been in the same room in quite some time.
It's amazing. I feel like I've lost track of time under these new conditions, but of course, this is nothing new. In fact, if you saw my movie, this is like practically out of the script.
Word. That's for damn sure.
So what is the topic of the day? Are we talking vaccinations? Are we talking...
That was literally on my mind as you said that. I want to get your take on the state of things as far as, the intellectual battle, if you will, going on right now between, getting vaccinated or not.
Yes, it is a very complicated issue. At the end of the day, I feel it is on each one to make the best decision for themselves. There are many different reasons why you may or may not get vaccinated, but it's come down to, in my opinion, what is going to allow you to make a difference in your community. If that means staying true to what you feel is right, then so be it. If it means doing what you must so that you can interact with the most people and leave a positive impact on their lives, then so be it. It is very difficult to put a sweeping mandate over everyone and tell them this is how you should live your life. That is ultimately up to you and you alone.
I concur. Very well stated.
I can't say that I disagree. There are many reasons why you would and would not. Everyone's path is different. Everyone's road is different. And that's the most, prolific thing that you can say. If you can do the best you can in your community, if you are able-bodied to do so, and to be able to take what, could be perceived as a risk to your condition, then if that's not the case, then I don't see why we should not attempt to, be rid of this virus.
Why not? It keeps mutating. I mean, it's gonna get to a point where it's just a way of life. We just got to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Because if we don't get serious about it, it's just gonna keep mutating and keep. You know what I mean? Oh man.
This is true. Are we familiar with the latest mutation?
Or the variants, right?
The new variant.
Yes. Are we? Everybody has heard of the Delta at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there is a new one I hear now.
Right. There is. It's already mutated again.
And what are they calling this new variant?
I did not catch the name.
I did not catch the name volume. But
I believe it's called the Mu variant. MU.
MU, yeah. I mean, you know, if we're keeping it.
Oh, new and mu. Okay.
Yeah,
So Greek.
If we're keeping it Greek, then yes.
Greek. Oh yeah, because variance, the sign for variance. Got you. I'm with it.
Yeah.
I'm with it.
There you go.
So that leaves us 24 more variants, I guess.
E, did you have to say that though?
Yeah. Strap in. It's gonna be a long ride.
Just trying to inject a little humor into the conversation, along with any vaccinations if you need them.
It will be on par with your normal dark humor. I guess it makes sense, no?
Yes. Now, what are you? I see a red cup, Madman. What are you sipping on?
The Ciroc boys are back, V. Should we let them know what's up? Y'all ready? Real quick on the 1, 2, 3. We gotta do it for V. Ciroc boys are back.
With a little Sprite.
Ciroc boys are back.
With a little Sprite.
Ciroc boys are back.
With a little Sprite.
Right. Ciroc boys are back.
With a little Sprite.
Bravo, bravo.
Yes.
I don't know what happened, but one day there's a little too much Ciroc and
then it just kind of.
This guy just started singing. Like I went back and watched the video. I was like, this guy just started singing that.
It was me. I just started singing out of nowhere. Okay, well that's what happened, sir.
Like we were here with Sasquatch Josh.
Oh, that was a Sasquatch episode. Did we do that?
Out of nowhere, you just started hitting the notes. I was like, all right.
Abraham, the DJ in the building. What's up?
What up, Uncle Abe?
Cheers.
Hey, V.
Shout out to you, good sir.
Hey, so V, I gotta say, this isn't so much a question, but just a quick comment. It's interesting. You know, we spoke on Rahman Jamaal really briefly earlier. That's our big brother. You, on the other hand, we only get to chill with every once in a blue moon. Do we get time with you? So this is interesting. This is really good. I feel like we're kind of getting to know V a little bit more. I like it.
That's true. I agree with this.
Yes, well, as you can imagine, I stay rather busy throughout the years, and it really is a special occasion that will bring me out. And when I heard about Rahman Jamaal and this being the season premiere, the 60th episode, this is a very special occasion indeed. So I couldn't miss it.
Absolutely. We're happy to have you here, man.
Yeah, we very much appreciate that.
It's an honor to have you here, man.
Definitely.
Why, thank you, Jackie. In the comments, she says she feels like I should read a short story.
Yes,
I agree.
Absolutely.
I
agree.
Get out some Dr. Seuss or something.
Let me see what I have here. Well, I could read an excerpt from a story. This is a book that I've actually found very compelling. I don't know if anybody has read it. Is anybody familiar with Trevor Noah?
I have not read that book. I've heard a lot about it.
This is a very compelling book. He talks about his childhood growing up in South Africa and how the apartheid was a very different breed of racism than what we may know here in the United States.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
Let's see here. I'll read an excerpt. This is a particularly amusing passage. He's describing his growing up as a youth in South Africa. He says, sadly, no matter how fancy you made your house, there was one thing you could never aspire to improve: your toilet. There was no indoor running water, just one communal outdoor tap and one outdoor toilet shared by 6 or 7 houses. Our toilet was in a corrugated iron outhouse shared among the adjoining houses. Inside, there was a concrete slab with a hole in it and a plastic toilet seat on top. There had been a lid at some point, but it had broken and disappeared long ago. We couldn't afford toilet paper, so on the wall next to the seat was a wire hanger with old newspaper on it for you to wipe. The newspaper was uncomfortable, but at least I stayed informed while I handled my business. The thing I couldn't handle about the outhouse was the flies. It was a long drop to the bottom, and they were always down there, eating on the pile, and I had an irrational, all-consuming fear that they were going to fly up and into my bum. One afternoon, when I was around 5 years old, my gran left me at home for a few hours to go run errands. I was lying on the floor in the bedroom reading. I needed to go, but it was pouring down rain. I was dreading going outside to use the toilet, getting drenched running out there, water dripping on me from the leaky ceiling, wet newspaper, the flies attacking me from below. Then I had an idea. Why bother with the outhouse at all? Why not put some newspaper on the floor and do my business like a puppy? That seemed like a fantastic idea. So that's what I did. I took the newspaper, laid it out on the kitchen floor, pulled my pants down, squatted, and got to it. As you first sit down to take a poop, you're not fully in the experience yet. You are not yet a pooping person. You're transitioning from a person about to poop to a person who is pooping. It takes a minute to get the first turd out of the way and get in the zone and get comfortable. Once you reach that moment, that's when it gets really nice. It's a powerful experience, pooping. There's something magical about it, profound even. I think God made humans poop the way we do because it brings us back down to earth and gives us humility. I don't care who you are, we all poop the same. Beyonce poops, the Pope poops, the Queen of England poops. When we poop, we forget our airs and our graces. We forget how famous or how rich we are. All of that goes away. Squatting and pooping on the kitchen floor that day, I was like, wow, there are no flies. There's no stress. This is really great. I'm really enjoying this. I knew I'd made an excellent choice, and I was very proud of myself for making it. I'd reached that moment where I could relax. Then I casually looked around the room and I glanced to my left, and there, just a few feet away, right next to the coal stove, was my blind great-grandmother, Coco. It was like the scene in Jurassic Park when the children turn and the T-Rex is right there. Her eyes were wide open, cloudy white, and darting around the room. I knew she couldn't see me, but her nose was starting to crinkle. She could sense that something was wrong. I panicked. I was mid-poop. My only option was to finish as quietly and as slowly as I could, so that's what I decided to do. Then, the softest plop of a little boy turd on the newspaper. Coco's head snapped towards the sound. Who's there? Hello? Hello? I froze. I held my breath and waited. Who's there? Hello? I kept quiet, waited, and then started again. Is someone there? Trevor, is that you? Francis? Hello? Hello? She started calling out the whole family. Nombuiselo, Sibongile, Lungisi, Bulelwa, who's there? What's happening? It was like a game, like I was trying to hide and a blind woman was trying to find me using sonar. Every time she called out, I froze. There would be complete silence. Who's there? Hello? I'd pause, wait for her to settle back in her chair, and then I'd start up again. Finally, after what felt like forever, I finished. I stood up, took the newspaper, which is not the quietest thing, and I slowly folded it over. It crinkled. Who's there? Again, I paused, waited. Then I folded it over some more, walked over to the rubbish bin, placed my sin at the bottom, and gingerly covered it with the rest of the trash. Then I tiptoed back to the other room, curled up on the mattress on the floor, and pretended to be asleep. The deed was done, no outhouse involved, and Coco was none the wiser. Mission accomplished.
I mean, I'm so stuck because, like,
You ain't wash your hands though.
they can't. You couldn't do that, bro. I'm so stuck because, like, you know, I'm a sucker for poop jokes, but I also feel bad for laughing because this is a dialogue of someone was in pain.
That's true too. Oh man.
It was an ordeal.
Like, yeah.
So I feel like
It was traumatic.
kind of like an asshole, and
Like, yeah, we shouldn't be laughing at this.
but
This shit's funny.
That was an excellent story, though.
Oh, but wait, this story gets even better.
Oh no!
Allow me to continue, please.
Oh
No,
yeah,
no,
it was
more.
yeah.
Wait, there's more.
An hour later, the rain had stopped. My grandmother came home. The second she walked in, Coco called out to her. Francis, thank God you're here. There's something in the house. What was it? I don't know, but I could hear it, and there was a smell. My gran started sniffing the air. Dear Lord, yes, I can smell it too. Is it a rat? Did something die? It's definitely in the house. They went back and forth about it, quite concerned. And then, as it was getting dark, my mother came home from work. The second she walked in, my gran called out to her. Oh, non buyiselo, non buyiselo. There's something in the house. What? What do you mean? Coco told her the story, the sounds, the smells. Then my mom, who has a keen sense of smell, started going around the kitchen, sniffing. Yes, I can smell it. I can find it. I can find it. She went to the rubbish bin. It's in here. She lifted out the rubbish, pulled out the folded newspaper underneath, and opened it up. And there was my little turd. She showed it to Gran. Look! What? How did it get there? Coco, still blind, still stuck in her chair, was dying to know what was happening. What's going on? She cried. What's going on? Did you find it? It's poop, my mom said. There's poop in the bottom of the dustbin. But how? Coco said. There was no one here. Are you sure there was no one here? Yes, I called out to everyone. Nobody came. My mother gasped. We've been bewitched. It's a demon. For my mother, this was the logical conclusion, because that's how witchcraft works. If someone has put a curse on you or your home, there was always the talisman or totem, a tuft of hair or the head of a cat, the physical manifestation of the spiritual thing, proof of the demon's presence. Once my mom found the turd, she was more than furious. This was serious. They had evidence. She came into the bedroom. Trevor, wake up. What? I said, playing dumb. What's going on? Come, there's a demon in our house. She took my hand and dragged me out of bed. It was all hands on deck. Time for action. The first thing we had to do was go outside and burn the evidence. That's what you do with witchcraft. The only way to destroy it is to burn the physical thing. We went out to the yard, and my mom put the newspaper with my little turd on the driveway, lit a match, and set it on fire. Then my mom and my gran stood around burning the burning turd, praying and singing songs of praise. The commotion didn't stop there, because when there's a demon around, the whole community has to join together to drive it out. If you're not part of the prayer, the demon might leave our house and go to your house and curse you. So we needed everyone. The alarm was raised. The call went out. My tiny old gran was out the gate, going up and down the block, calling to all the other old grannies for an emergency prayer meeting. Come, we've been bewitched. I stood there, my turd burning in the driveway, my poor aged grandmother tottering up and down the street in a panic, and I didn't know what to do. I knew there was no demon. but there was no way I could come clean. The hiding I would have to endure. Good Lord, honesty was never the best policy when it came to a hiding. I kept quiet. Moments later, the grannies came streaming in with their Bibles, through the gate and up the driveway, a dozen or more at least. Everyone went inside. The house was packed. This was by far the biggest prayer meeting we'd ever had, the biggest thing that had ever happened in the history of our home, period. Everyone sat in the circle, praying, and the prayers were strong. The grannies were chanting and murmuring and swaying back and forth, speaking in tongues. I was doing my best to keep my head low and stay out of it. Then my grandmother reached back and grabbed me, pulled me into the middle of the circle, and looked into my eyes. Trevor, pray. Yes, my mother said. Help us. Pray, Trevor. Pray to God to kill the demon. I was terrified. I believed in the power of prayer. So if I prayed to God to kill the thing that had left the turd, and the thing that had left the turd was me, then God was going to kill me. I froze. I didn't know what to do, but all the grannies were looking at me. So I prayed, stumbled through as best I could. Dear Lord, please protect us, from whoever did this. But, we don't know what happened exactly, and maybe it was a big misunderstanding, and, maybe we shouldn't be so quick to judge when we don't know the whole story. And, I mean, of course, you know best, Heavenly Father, but maybe this time it wasn't actually a demon, because who can say for certain? So maybe cut whoever it was a break. It was not my best performance. Eventually, I wrapped it up and sat back down. The praying continued. It went on for some time. Then everyone finally felt that the demon was gone and life could continue. And we had the big amen, and everyone said goodnight and went home. That night, I felt terrible. Before bed, I quietly prayed, God, I am so sorry for all of this. I know this was not cool, because I knew God answers your prayers. God is your father. He's the man who's there for you, the man who takes care of you. When you pray, he stops and he takes his time and he listens. And I had subjected him to 2 hours of old grannies praying when I knew that with all the pain and suffering in the world, he had more important things to deal with than my turd. All praise to Trevor Noah for gracing us with that story from his life. I highly recommend this book.
I am definitely getting that book now. That is, if there is ever a best way to sell a book,
have you read it.
But if there's ever a best way to sell a book, find the poop story. It sells. Poop sells.
Yes. If there are no other questions from your listenership.
Well, I got my man Steve in here. What's up, Steve, bro? My man, that's my riding nigga right there, man. He says this is absolutely fucking hilarious and he's dying. And Madman, did you wash your hands though? I'm getting like I also have on the chat here that's just a private message. I also have in the chat LOL's classic and this is great, young Robert.
Well, it was quite an excellent suggestion. So shout out to you, Jackie.
Yes, Jackie.
Yes.
Jackie. If
Jackie, thank you.
Yes. Jackie, that was your fault and blessing at the same time.
You need to make like a YouTube channel just reading shit.
You should.
That might take
You might be onto something here.
But yeah, V, it's good to have you here, man. I know Rahman Jamaal is about to come in shortly.
Yes.
What we'll do right now is that we'll take this opportunity to pay the sponsors. That's us, we're the sponsors. But we're gonna take we're gonna take a promo minute, and we'll be back with Rahman Jamaal.
V, thank you for stopping by, man, and whatever you have going on, going forward, man, do your thing.
I'll add us.
Trust, the pleasure was all mine.
I mean, like, I would like you to read the lyrics to "Eat You Alive."
That'd be epic.
That'd be epic as fuck. Or to Legends. Like, have you read? Oh, we gotta have you read the lyrics to our song "Legends." I don't know why, but you have to also be there at our video shoot, bonfire, and all kinds of things. I don't know. You're being involved in things now. That's what happens when you're being chill too long.
You know how to get in touch with me.
Absolutely. But everybody, that's V. Jackie, thank you. She says no, thank you. Me. All right. We're gonna bid him adieu right now.
That was excellent. That was fucking dope.
That was fucking amazing.
We adding a sense of theater to Big Chillin out here.
This is season 4, man. Season 4. You can't stop season 4. You know how hard you
episode of season 4.
You know how hard you can't stop season 4? That niggas trying to stop season 4. But did
it happen though?
But did it happen though?
Did it happen, my brothers? I say did it.
Why?
My brothers, because they tried to stop us, but did we let them stop us?
No.
Till we fall, till we fall, till we crumble, till we crack, till we lay down, but till we stand up, because that's what we do here at Big Chillin.
Wow. Chillin'. I'm big chillin'. Big chillin'. Oh, big chillin'. Big chillin'. Big chillin'.
Don't encourage
Oh Lord. Oh shit, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing, man?
West Coast Wednesday indeed.
Yes, sir. We out here in jail. I'm cutting empty, bro.
Ciroc boys are back indeed.
But you're gonna need this new stuff.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. All right.
Is that all of our mixer?
I brought it out, but
then more?
Are we all out of mixer?
Where's the flex right?
Any left from Labor Day? Yes. It's a flash at work.
Yes, flash it works. That's what I was thinking earlier. All right, y'all. So, yes, this Wednesday. Hump Day came early this week. Y'all, okay. So, we're going to take an opportunity to pay the sponsors. Yes, we're the sponsors. And we are happy to have everybody here. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out, stick with us, please. Don't go anywhere. And in fact, bring friends. That is always more big fun, big chilling than friends. Bring all your friends. But if we don't have any more friends, you're all the friends we need. What's up, y'all? Episode 16. But at this time, you know what time for? All right, man. Before we come back with Rahman Jamaal, we got a couple of things show you what's cracking real quick. First and foremost, we have, if you haven't taken a look at the summertime EP, please check the summertime EP, the summer EP, Mr. Juice and Pimp Habanero.
Them boys talented, y'all.
It's
Be
still,
prepared for the
Them
fall
boys
one.
good, y'all.
it's still summer for a couple of weeks, man.
Still summer, but
So
it feels
bang
like
that
it's been summer the whole damn week, just
You
in
know?
this week, nigga. But
Keep it moving. Bang that shit for
Let's
the next
go.
couple of weeks.
don't do it. Don't stop it. Wait till the fall album drop. You can bump it all the way to the fall album.
There we go.
All right.
That's what that is.
All right. Changes. Changes is out by my man Cinnablunt or Cinnablunt. Diff Dope.
Shout
You know
out
what
to
I mean?
Cinnablunt, man.
He got a new album coming out. He's been working on some new things and shit, man. Shout my man Cinnablunt's been working, bro.
Diff Dope, man.
In your speakers, man, this video's just about done. Putting the finishing touches on it. This thing's gonna be out for y'all. Diamond Pit Media putting out real quality. Shout out Transformations 408.
It
This-
looks good,
this-
you guys. The video looks good.
It does. It does. It's gonna, you know, got some tweaks on it. And we'll see how it comes out, man. You know what I'm saying? But in your speakers coming out soon, man. You know what I'm saying?
Second single off, no second guessing. Just wanted
Absolutely.
to throw that in there.
Madman RDB, man.
Yes, sir.
Groundbreaking EP from Waves, you know what I mean? All the war.
Waves.
We got a
Shout
new
out to
single.
them boys.
We got a
That
new single coming
EP
out
is
too.
stupid fire. If
And we're
y'all
going-
haven't heard it.
And we're going out to see the boys, you know what I'm saying? Next month, we're gonna have like the whole week in Tucson doing the damn thing, bro. So, you know, shout out. I don't know if you guys checked the streams lately, but Hitman got picked up by some shit and it's fucking blasting right now.
Just what?
So it's blasting right now. It got picked up by some shit like fucking B&B got picked up by some shit. So like I woke up to like thousands of streams, bro. Like, you know, cause I don't even check that shit. So it's like after you know, it's like, oh, your last 7 days, you got thousands of streams. I'm just like, oh goddamn, I didn't even fucking know. I didn't even fucking do more work with that. So anyway, on YouTube, my YouTube, YDMC Music, there's a little video game music video from Hitman featuring Hitman and also Brett the Hitman part. So, you know what I'm saying?
Shout out to the Hitman.
I was gonna show you the both eyes, but no, we got a new single coming out by my man MXD Persona. Move On, produced by Rocket Pro. This is the first time this has been seen by anybody. Well, besides MXD Persona. This is the new joint right here. So expect the video for that dropping probably next week.
There you go. Yeah, stay up on MXD Persona, man. Young dude got some shit.
He do. Talk to me, man. Talk to me. Working on a video right now. I'm gonna drop the single and shit. I've got a lot of dope singles I'm gonna drop, and you know, it's gonna drop like nuts on your forehead, man. You know, it's gonna be the thing.
Teabag.
Yeah. You know, imagine me in Teabag and your first, you know, astonished thought. The audacity. That's what it's gonna be. The audacity of me dropping this shit on y'all, bro. All right.
See, that's growth right there, man. He used to say, "Don't ask me any questions." No, he says, "Talk to me."
Does he mean it though?
Also, man, you can follow us on diffdope.com. Follow us on Diff Dope everything. Diff Dope everything, every platform. Diff
Every
Follow us.
fucking
Fucking
thing.
follow us.
Diff
Every
Dope.
fucking platform.
Yeah.
Plus
Every
diffdope.com.
fucking thing.
Shout out to
Diff
everyone that watches
Dope.
for diffdope.com. And today I got the report. Do you know that we have almost 9,300 social views?
Is that right?
Almost 9,300 social views our website has.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all out there.
9,300 social views. That means
Thank y'all.
that means that our website has landed on almost 9,300 pages. Like people liking it, people commenting on it, people sharing it, all that shit. Those social views, almost fucking 9,300 social views since we dropped the website.
Take it.
All right.
Thank y'all.
He'll take it.
We dropped the website in like November. So yeah.
Yeah, much love to y'all, man. Y'all keeping us relevant.
Right.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
So and
Like
and
we did
also
talk
pay.
about
Also, you can Cash App us. You can Venmo us. You can PayPal us. DiffDope@gmail @DiffDope. Yo, send us some money. We'll send you some stuff.
The offer stands.
Nondescript amount of money. Nondescript amount of stuff.
I get more than you pay for.
All right. We'll see. Okay, that's the promo minute. I'm back in this motherfucker. If you didn't know, we got Rahman Jamaal in the building. Rahman Jamaal in the building, okay? Yes, we got Rahman Jamaal in the house. He's gonna be joining us. Diff Dope out. We big chillin'. Episode 60. Jackie says we're hypey on Wednesday night. You're damn right. Dynamite.
That midweek hype.
You know, we just trying to get through the week. Halfway there. You asking about an update on merch availability?
I'm updating the entire site. To me, I've learned a lot in site making, and the site is not the way I wanted it, and I'm gonna make it better. And I just got control of the site mobilely to where I can actually control the shit. So yes. What up, Steve? Yes, y'all. So I'm gonna be updating the site all the time because I can do it from my phone now, and I have a tablet now. Life is good now. Life is great.
We out here, man. Life is good. Motherfuckers is getting paper.
Yes.
Life is good, man.
We got Rahman Jamaal in the building.
What up?
What's good, bro? What's good?
What's gigging, my niggas?
Man, what's
What's good with you, big bro?
Where you at? I can't see you.
I can't turn on my video for some reason because it says the host has stopped it.
Shit. Okay, I asked you to start.
Okay, there we go. There we go. What's up, y'all?
What's up, big bro?
What's happening?
Hey, what's up?
It's good. Hold on. Let's make this more conducive. Forgot that I was already. Boom.
Hey, congratulations on the nuptials.
Thank you,
bro.
I was there in spirit. I'm sorry I couldn't make it out to Vegas.
It was epic.
I know it was.
Yes, in every sense.
Yeah, it was definitely a time, bro. Diff Dope might not even be allowed in Vegas anymore. We don't know.
Good sauce.
But yeah, man, we out here, man. We chilling. I got people from all over the place, man. We here. Shout out DJ Abraham, Jackie. We got Concept and Manny and SoCal. We got my man fucking my homie Steve. He's out there in Oceanside. So SoCal's well represented right now. If you guys
all the
Jay Peasy just checked in.
Jay Peasy checked in. No, it's nothing but SoCal here. Well, Jay Peasy's not SoCal, but he's living there.
Hey.
But people that don't know, Rahman Jamaal got SoCal thing, man. Oh, you missed one, Rahman. Oh, yep, he's in there. But Rahman Jamal's he's got strong ties in SoCal himself.
Rahman had a 323 number when I met him, or 213.
213, yeah, 213. Still got it.
You got it.
School
it never changed. I was talking about
broke.
I was like, the only person number that never changed like mine is, or never changed as many times as mine is probably Rahman's. I'm pretty sure Rahman's number is stuck through all my phones, and I only changed my number 3 times. So in like 20 years, you know what I mean? That's not that much. People change numbers like all day. Whatever.
Right.
Oh man,
what up, HP?
Hey, bro, this building getting full right now, bro. It's getting full in here. They trying to see Jamaal.
I know Alex Perez isn't the one that I know.
Oh, no, that's
I would be surprised if it was. Alex Perez was the name of my drama teacher in high school. I don't think that's you though.
That's my man Ace P. He's part of
Got you. What up, Alex? Ace P, JP.
Peasy. Oh, you gonna rep that LA, baby? You're just a vagabond. You're a vagabond, bro.
Hey, shut that shit up. Clowning on the LA. We're not doing that. We're not doing no LA clowning.
I'm not clowning the LA.
No, wait a second, right? Because Madman, aren't you originally from LA?
You goddamn right. You know what's up.
So you kind of like, that's kind of like Too Short, right? Like everybody thinks you're from the Bay, but you're really from LA originally.
That's interesting because I have to. You know what? That's interesting.
I don't know how they think it's from the Bay.
I have to wonder. Hold up, though. I have to wonder because I think about that, and in terms of people, I think people that really, really know me, they know. But like people that kind of know me, just kind of know me, I wonder. Like now that you say that, I wonder. Just people that kind of like half-ass know me. Do they think I'm from up here, or do they really know? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's kind of like they want because you're so dope that both spots want to claim you. You got that going for you.
My music career is pretty much all SJ. I performed in LA like a number of times, but I mean my music career, I was born in LA, my music career was born up here.
That's what's up. Yeah.
So what part of Southern Cali did you stay in, Robert?
So right out of high school, I got a full scholarship to study film at USC. And so that was like
USC.
USC, yeah.
Oh yeah,
it was crazy. Just even how I even got to that was crazy because I almost got it on like a fluke because I was the only applicant that year that applied directly to the degree in the film school that year. And so they called me up and they were like, yo, we have a number of full scholarships that we give out every year and we try to spread them across as many different majors as possible. And you're the only one that applied for a full scholarship and the major that you chose. So you want it? That was basically the phone call. It was like, what? So yeah.
Theater, huh?
Huh?
Nobody, or what was your major?
So my major was critical studies in film. And wow. And the thing is, so the film school has 3 different majors, right? And they each are like, each one has like, there's the hardest one to get into in the film school, which is filmic writing. And then they only accept like 10 people out of per semester for that. Then there's production, which is what most people try to do that are applying for film school. And that's like 50 people. And then there's critical studies, which is more like film studies, like kind of more conceptual, theoretical kind of thing. And they accept 100 people. So it's kind of like the people that don't get into the production major end up defaulting and doing critical studies. But because I just applied directly for critical studies, like I was the only one that did that, I guess. So
is there like a large number of people, would you say, do you know, could you guess, like, is there a large number of people that go to USC that go through like, for like filming or production or stuff like that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of limited. Like there's a lot of people that apply because it's one of the best film schools in the country. And whether you get in or not, like some people, may get in on another major and then try to transfer. But yeah, it attracts a lot of people that are interested in film. I wanted to study film because I grew up doing a lot of theater and I wanted to make the transfer from the stage into film, but I also wanted to understand what makes a good film as an actor, so that I just have that extra, and I'm not just like kind of just trusting the process, but like I like to understand like the inside and the outside, like just everything about the medium. And so that's why I chose that, and it worked out.
Well, shit, speaking of film, I'm gonna throw you out there right now. Speaking of film, you've been on film.
Major.
Yeah.
if you guys have ever
Go, but for oh yeah, go ahead.
I was like, if you guys have ever watched the movie The Beat, which was crazy because like before I met Rahman, like I already knew about that movie and enjoyed that movie. So
That's crazy.
So it really was, because I was just like, wait, and I'm just like, I think it was about when we did our thing in Boulder.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where I'm just like, wait, hold up. Oh, this is just the broski though?
Which is crazy, right? Because you've known Rahman for so fucking long.
Right. No, these are my first string of shows, people, if you guys know, where we have our boy, rest in peace, Zumbi with us.
Yeah.
First time I met, that's the first time I met Zumbi, and it's crazy. I remember him literally watching my first set, and later the next day we're just like all breaking bread and chilling, like, and just to be able to have that experience with them several times over, man, I'll cherish them forever. But particularly that one.
Yeah, no, Boulder was a special trip, and shout out to Hip Hop Congress, while we're at it, that's what really brought me into the game too, because I grew up in the Bay, but I didn't have a community of hip hop heads that I hung out with, because like for me, I was like the only kid that rapped in my school. And so it wasn't until I got into college that, I started meeting people that loved hip hop as much as I did, and created that family. And like, that was the first year, that was like 2001 was when I was on campus. I was looking for the hip hop club on campus. It was like, let me just find some folks that's like as passionate about, rhyming or rapping or whatever it is. And I ran into this, it was Jordan and Ron were like on the strip there, had a little table, said Hip Hop Congress, like, what is this? And like, oh, we're the hip hop club on campus. I'm like, all right, cool, I've been looking for y'all. And then it just blew up after that, the whole model of it, of just like chapters popping up all across the country, and then folks coming together for the national conferences. And I remember the first one, and was at San Jose State, actually, the very first one in 2002. That's when I met Shamako, and I think Labrie that year. Maybe it was, I definitely remember Shamako because I was like San Jose State, Real, of course. And then the second year was at USC. That was the one that the chapter that I was a part of hosted. And then we went to St. Louis, and that's when we got into the Hip Hop Education Initiative, and Martha Diaz was the keynote speaker. And it was Chicago, and then I think it was Boulder. But yeah, no, on the point of Zumbi, man, I feel like I'm gonna be processing his music for the rest of my life, just on the sole fact of knowing how his career, at the beginning of it, because I met Zumbi, it would have been around early 2000s, and I remember being at a club in LA, and B-Boy Revolution, played, like the DJ drop Revolution off of Mind Over Matter, and like that sound just totally flipped. It's like when you just at the club enjoying yourself, and then something comes on and you're just like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is some other shit. Like, who is this? And I started asking random people, yo, you know what this is? Who is this? And then learned it was Zion I. And then like, not even a year later, I feel like we were booking them for a show at SC, and like they came through and just rocked the house. And then like later, after I graduated, I feel like I ran into Zumbi at an audition. We were both in San Francisco, and I was going in to read for, it was a commercial or some video or something, and he was there reading for the same part. I'm like, wait, aren't you in Zion I? He's like, yeah. And I was kind of like, fanned out at that point, because it was like, yo, I used to book you in college, man, and da-da-da-da. I don't know if you remember. And he was just like, oh yeah, fam, like, what's up, man? It was just beautiful, but yeah, that and you know, because from there, you know, they ended up doing the Boulder conference, and I just remember that moment when they was on stage, like, and it was like a moment. I feel like we was all on stage, and it was like we reached this high.
05 or 06, bro. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was 06. Yeah, I think it was 06, and I just remember like looking to my side and just like, you know, and it could have been you, it could have been, you know, but I just remember just like looking and just having this moment like, this is the fucking pinnacle of hip hop.
Do you remember the cipher though at the Outlook, bro? That shit was like legendary.
Oh, man.
That shit was legendary.
Yeah.
Outlook cipher and you just the vibe. It was so vibey that like old white people were coming in. That's how vibey it was.
Yeah.
I want to go over there.
What are these young cats doing?
Yeah, you know, that was such a legendary cipher. It is insane. I can't tell you one bar, but I just remember the feeling, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this memory that's just like, I don't know, like plays like a movie in my head, like just like, damn, like this is a real thing, you know. So yeah, and so it's a trip, you know, and I don't know how y'all feel. I mean, I feel like the circumstances around him passing it's so weird, you know, the fact that nobody knows what really happened, and yet there's security cam, somebody knows, but they don't want the masses to know. That's the sense that I get. I don't know what y'all think.
I think it's very strange indeed.
It's being investigated, right?
It's being investigated. There'll be a statement eventually. I kind of think that that's kind of like, I mean, as much as I'm like, yo, it should just be outed, what's cracking, but you know, I think that's the best route, because once things be announced, it'd be like hard to go back on and be like, oh no, wait a minute, you know what I mean? So like, in this instance, it's, you know, painstaking and, you know, downright frustrating it is. I think this is the best route for it to go, because something funny somewhere and somebody gotta find it before, you know, something else is said and then people just go with it.
Yeah. I just know it's got me like listening to all of his lyrics in a different way too, you know, like not it's weird, like, you know, when somebody's still alive, it's like you vibing and you're like, yeah, this is dope, but you just kind of like, I don't know, in a way, it's like you kind of take it for granted, like, are they going to keep putting out dope music? But then like once he passed, it was like, dang, I got to go back and re-listen to all the stuff, and it's almost like is a new layer of depth to his lyrics based on the context of him not being here anymore, and yet putting music out there that was on such a deep level, like on such a high frequency of consciousness, that it's like, it's timeless, it's legendary, and it's almost like he's still speaking to you from beyond the grave, you know. It's like that Tupac effect or whatnot, but its own flavor, you know, because Zumbi was definitely bringing in concepts lyrically that hip hop so desperately needs, you know, and you know, he did his damn thing, man. He left us with so much to study, and you know, it was crazy because I taught in juvie the weekend that he passed, like that Friday or whatever it was. The next week I was in juvie in Alameda in Oakland, right? And it's a trip because part of me was like, it was just present on my mind. So I'm thinking like, these guys need to know, or we need to talk about this, because, you know, was it COVID? Was it whatever? But like none of the kids, there's such a generational gap right now. And I don't know if it's because of technology or just like, you know, people not communicating as much, or if it's a cultural regional thing, but like there's a huge gap in
the current generation not knowing about artists that are international superstars from their city, but it's almost like, I don't know, you know, if it, you know, the kids that I was working with, like they're just straight up about, you know, drill music. You know, they don't listen to anybody that's over the age of 30 for sure. Like all of the artists they listen to is like, you know, 20, 25, 27, maybe tops. And I was actually on Clubhouse in a room with Adisa and Shamako, and Mock was dropping gems. Like they were talking about like, you know, what is the promise of hip hop, and like, has it, you know, did it fail us, or did we fail hip hop? Like, and basically the conversation was like, hip hop promises young boys manhood. And then Mock dropped this gem. He's like, hip hop taught us how to be a man before it taught us how to be adults. And that shit is like so deep and profound, because it's like, yeah, like there's all the tropes of like what it means to be a man, but if we're not really growing up and maturing as human beings and as adults, like communicating on a mature level with females, even, like it's like we've been manufactured these tropes of masculinity and you know, really just like, you know, exploitation of gender and all of these things. And we're, you know, the younger generation, like, I mean, good luck trying to get them to think on a deeper level. And yet hip hop does that, and artists like Zumbi do that, and artists like us do that, and we're capable of bridging that gap. And actually y'all represent that to me a lot, because y'all are not just artists, but y'all are also in the schools. Y'all are also doing more than just entertaining. And I think that is something that needs to be supported more in the hip hop community, because, you know, we naturally as MCs, we're gonna be setting a model for younger people coming up, you know, but that doesn't just have to be on stage. Like, yeah, it's great for it to be on stage, but the realness comes in when you're face to face, you know, when you're in that classroom, or you're in that kid's world and you're communicating to them as a human. That's where the real role modeling comes in. And I feel like Zumbi represented that well, and so many of us in Hip Hop Congress, you know, in that whole network that are, you know, utilizing the activism, the education, the creativity all at once. And so, you know, I just wanted to put that out there, because, you know, I think that's the conversation of the day when it comes to what we need, you know?
That's very well said.
No, that's exactly what it is. And to be honest, hip hop, I believe hip hop, if we're talking about like the transition, I feel like it did transition, just not fully, like pretty. You know, you do have cats out there, you do have like, nowadays you do have larger artists, you know, some of the biggest artists, you know, talking their bullshit, but at the same time always keeping like a real forward mind thinking, you know, like I mean, talking to people like, you know, like Troy Lucas, like the baby, like Lil Baby, you know, like really at the top of those genres right now, you know what I'm saying? But lyrics still have substance to it. You know what I mean? You know, so it reminds me of how it was when we had hip hop. You had like a few artists that was really with the shit, but you know, really speaking that good game. You know, to educate minds, and then you had like a bunch of people imitating one half of that. I feel like it's the same way. Now, you have a few cats that can talk this shit, but have a forward thinking and it's really in their fucking lyrics. And then you got, you know, a larger lower tier aiming to be that, but imitating one half, not having that secondary angle.
Interesting.
What do you think? Go ahead.
I know. Just on what you were saying, man. Like I think it's dope that today, like hip hop is accepted as something that could be like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Something you can intertwine with education. So like we have hip hop in schools. Like that, I think that's hella dope. You know what I mean? That's just a great way to keep kids engaged. You know, like kids love the music, kids love hip hop. Like you like mix that in with education. Like, I mean, come on. Like,
well, and you know, educational raps is as niche as they may be.
I'm not even talking music. I'm talking like as far as like, you know.
No.
Schools,
No. I understand the point you're making, and but I'm making the point too that educational raps is as niche as they may be. Go back still about 20 something, 30 years, you know, and it goes back to pretty much when hip hop was kind of mainstream popping, you know what I mean? So like hip hop in the schools is not necessarily a new thing. It's been going on for a while as far as the intertwining of those two cultures, and it's a good thing. I think it's been a good thing.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm really excited about some of this news that I wanted to share with y'all. So with Hip Hop Congress, you know, Hip Hop Congress has always been a network that blended artists with education, with activists and organizations. And, you know, since 2003 or 4, when we started this education initiative, you know, that for me personally, that's what inspired me to be able to walk away from Hollywood, because I saw how much of a box it puts you in, you know, because when you have to answer to a mass media market, they're not going to want you to tell the full truth, you know. And as an artist, if that, you know, your integrity is to, you know, to be able to tell your fullest truth and have that freedom, like, you know, I wasn't willing to give that up. And education allowed me a different lane to be able to continue to speak my deepest truth as it relates to creativity and the art form and the culture, because that's a big part of it too. Like if you don't know the history of why hip hop even emerged at the time that it did, you know, and its connection to the movement, the revolution, you know, the civil rights era and the next generation under that, you know, that is key information that every young person needs to know. Because when I came to rap, you know, like most kids, I would say, it's like you hear it and you're like, I like that. I want to be able to do that too, or I want to do that. And you just start doing it without even knowing what the history is or who, you know, you don't even have to know any other rappers. You just hear it and you're like, I want to do that. Right. And that was me, you know, for most of my youth, from like 5th grade on up until, truth be told, until I got to college and I took my first hip hop and film course that broke down that history. And then it was like, oh my God, this thing that I love to do so passionately as an art form is actually connected to a social movement. And it just gave purpose and context to this thing that I already love to do, and gave me a you know, it almost like gives you a mission with your craft, right? And that is so motivating. And you know, that's a key element, is that, you know, because our standard curriculum and even like US history, if you go to it, it's like you learn about civil rights, you know, you learn about Martin Luther King, you know, and then it's like, and then as a civil right, you know, and then it's like, oh, and then, you know, racism became illegal, and then Barack became a president, and, you know, everything's, you know, we're in post-racial. It's like you skip this whole decades of like, okay, well, what about when are we going to talk about, the 70s and like the Iran Contra scandal and the influx of crack into the inner cities in the 80s and going into, the private prison, all of that stuff. That is American history that is verifiable now, but where's the curriculum to teach that to young people to say, look, the reason why shit is fucked up now is because all this stuff was happening with our government, with organized crime, and like the connections there. And like, it's almost like our nation, the powers that be in our nation do not want that story to be connected in the minds of our youth, because then they'll be able to connect the dots with all the bullshit that we're seeing today. And and hip hop is something that will just empower them more to buck the system and not trust the authority figures. And it forces the authority in our country to really like look at itself. And that's something that I think a lot of people in those positions of authority are not willing to really do, or even pass that authority on to others who may be more qualified, after they, went through their college experience and got their degrees, and now they got their job in law enforcement or whatever it is, and they feel like they earned that. But it's like, nah, if you don't understand the people that you are engaging every day, then you're not going to be good at your job. And you need to be educated, and you need to be educated by the people. So yeah, hip hop education provides all that. It covers all of those bases. And so, that's something that I know that like folks like myself and Shamako, Martha Diaz, and y'all even, with the work that y'all do in schools, we're pushing that line because and one of the things, I guess I'll just to get quick to the point, we finally got the first hip hop education initiative on the books that's being supported by the California Department of Education. And it's called the Hip Hop Education and Equity Initiative, or H2E2. And if you're on Instagram, follow the page H2E2 Initiative, and you'll be able to keep up with the developments. But this was something that was brought together pre-COVID, had a lot of momentum. We were having meetings. We had our first meeting in LA because we had all the necessary players in the same room to be able to create something that would not only allow artists to get a teaching credential based off of their industry experience or their cultural experience in hip hop to teach hip hop, right? Without having to go to a 4-year college and get an educational degree. You can get a CTE degree at a fraction of the cost, at a fraction of the time, and your experience as an artist qualifies you to teach, right? So we had all of these players in position. Then we had our second meeting up in Sacramento at the Department of Education. And here it is like you got a bunch of people in the room saying, yeah, we've been doing this for years, using hip hop to engage youth and being successful at it. And they're just like, wow, this is revolutionary. This is great. It's like,
you said we've been doing it.
For real. I mean, it's like, we had a good 15 years to really test all of the theories out and see, okay, this works and this is how it is. And it's like, there's a bunch of us, especially in the Bay. The Bay Area is way ahead of the game in a lot of degrees. I mean, we got so many hip hop educators and entrepreneurs and groups and everything. So now it's finally getting up the ladder to, in administration at the State Department. And so we have a grant program that schools can basically apply to get this grant to bring hip hop qualified, certified hip hop educators into their schools. And we're working with Martha Diaz, who's been probably archiving hip hop education and curriculum as long as anybody that I know, since like the 90s. and she's got the support of the Universal Hip Hop Museum in the Bronx, and so many pioneers to make sure that the information and the narratives are correct, and we're not just regurgitating an industry narrative, because that's another side of it, right? Like, a lot of people only understand hip hop through the messages they get through the industry, through the entertainment industry, and that's
You don't understand they don't understand like the shit that we're saying stuff. Like they're not even they haven't been exposed to it, so they don't even know it exists.
Yeah. Like they're not engaged in their local issues and politics and movements, or they're distracted by the media, the influx of media that's just all over the internet, and what the clickbait and all of that stuff. But like, yeah, that grassroots activism aspect of hip hop, that cultural root, like frontline shit, like that's really what's driving society. Like that's driving our evolution. Being affected by the problems and thinking up the solutions that are going to meet the demands of the people. That's what, to me, that's what our hip hop artists that are in schools are doing. You're meeting the kids, you're meeting the next generation where they're at, and being like, look, don't get it twisted. Y'all are in this institution to learn certain things, but really what's most important is that you learn about yourself, and that you learn about the inner world that's within you, because that's going to affect everything that you experience in the outer world. Like, most teachers aren't telling kids that, it's like, learn this information, get this grade, not, think about how you make decisions, look at your own emotions, examine yourself, study yourself. And hey, by the way, rap is a great way to study yourself. That's all MCs are doing. It's like we're having this internal dialogue. But if you're not having an internal dialogue with yourself, then you're just kind of you're following what everybody else is saying without really having a internal compass to know how to navigate that. So, but long story short, like, this shit works. Hip hop education is like a whole other level of teaching and learning that is non-hierarchical. It's that cipher, right? And more and more people are discovering this. So Hip Hop Congress just got its first grant to support this movement. We actually got 2 grants.
That's a big deal.
Yeah. It's super dope. We initially didn't get the grants, and then a bunch of new funding came in, and we found out that we did. So one of the grants is for statewide and regional networks throughout California. And so the collectives that we have in Placer County, in Auburn Hip Hop Congress, in San Francisco with, in Fillmore, Hunters Point, in San Jose, in Oakland, we have so many people, Los Angeles, wherever our networks are, we have about $31,000 to invest into those communities, into those individuals who are holding that standard, right? Holding that line. And so I look to y'all for sure as people who are representing those values and just the history alone and the work that y'all are putting in, not even just as artists. I mean, y'all are super dope as artists, but just the work that you're putting in the community, to me, that is what needs to be supported. Like, we need a new standard of artists to not just be, beyond entertainment. We're beyond entertainers. Yeah, we can entertain, but we're doing so much more than that. And we're capable of doing so much more than that. And we need to be recognized for that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, this next year is going to be really dope, because we're going to figure out how to use these funds, not just to like break people off one time, but like really build an infrastructure to where we can continue to get more funding to support this, whether it's in the form of scholarships for artists to get their teaching credentials if they want, or throwing events that are putting people up on game, that this is now happening within hip hop, and hip hop is now starting to reinvent the way we look at education. And that gives every artist, everybody who's a practitioner, a new lane to explore and think of, a new way to make ends meet without having to sell out, right? Without having to, change who you are and just be that authentic person, that authentic personality. And so that's I found out that last Thursday, and have just been really just kind of really trying to kick back and not get too like crazy hype about it, but really like think strategically with the people that I know have been doing this work. Y'all are definitely a part of that.
Now,
that's awesome, man.
That's just incredible. While we're talking about education and hip hop, you just recently, helped put together a series of, webinars of educators in hip hop together. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Wait, say that again.
Can you tell us about the web series, the live stream that you had with the educators in hip hop, man?
Yeah, so that was the first summer institute that we did for H2E2. It was 2 days. It was all recorded. We're going to be putting the videos out soon. But we basically had presenters 4 hours each day. So we got like 8 hours of people doing presentations from across the state on how they've used hip hop as a teaching tool or as a learning tool. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. But we wanted to one, get the word out to the people who've been doing this work the longest. So like, for example, one of the people that presented, actually the one who closed the weekend out, was Layla Steinberg, who folks aren't familiar with. She was Tupac's first mentor and manager, who met Pac when he was 17. So when he was a kid, she was mentoring him in the same way that a lot of us do teenagers today, in schools when they're still young, and like, she still has been running her mic sessions, that he went to. She's been doing it for 30 years. And it's all about using language and poetry and words to develop emotional literacy. So, which is a key, goes back to what I was saying, is like, we're always taught about the world around us. We're not taught about the world within us. And it's like being aware and being literate in your own emotions and how they work is the key to acquiring self-empowerment, because you're not just reacting off of your emotions, you're choosing to respond, and you're seeing the consequences and the results of thinking before you act in a way. And that's, you can't change other people, but you can change yourself, and that can make the whole difference in the things that you want. Like, these are the messages that keep coming back around. I mean, it's supported by, everything from art to quantum physics. Our inner world and our external world are deeply related, and we need to train to be able to master that, to be able to become captains, masters of that navigation through life, and that brings me back to, shit like Zumbi, because he was doing that with his lyrics. You go back to his lyrics, and it's like every lyric that he wrote was an exact example of that. He had that awareness within him. That is something that I feel like, because kids are going to gravitate to hip hop regardless. Kids are going to gravitate to rap music regardless, but not all of them are realizing that it's not just a way of expressing yourself. It's a tool for navigating your life, and that was at least some of what I was able to impart to the kids in juvie. They're like, wait a second. So like, you can use rap to talk about your emotions? Hell yeah.
And you can even say that you know, the you know, the bullshit and the violent mentality that a lot of hip hop has is just the lack of learning how to navigate their own feelings.
Exactly.
And so you can't you know, when you sad, you mad. You know, when you mad, you mad. When you confused, you mad. You know what I mean? When you don't understand, you're mad. That's like you haven't obtained the ability to one, identify, and two, navigate your emotions within yourself. And that's how, you know, a lot of people end up getting killed because, you know, I'm sad. So the only way I know how to deal with it is by being angry. I'm mad. So the only way I know how to deal with it is by lashing out. Oh, I'm confused. So that means somebody's trying to fucking play a trick on me. I don't like that. I'm gonna fucking react to it. You know, it's like it's you having the ability to navigate your emotions is still a part of your IQ in a sense. And you can almost, and I'm sure there's a study somewhere, but if your ability to handle your emotion, you know, equates to part of your intelligence.
It really is. Like just like you were saying, man, like emotional literacy is like, it really is a tool, because like there's so many dudes that come up and they're taught like, nah, man, show no emotion. But they don't understand, like when you get angry and you're ready to kill somebody over stepping on your shoe, like that's an emotional like detachment. You have an emotional problem. You know what I mean? Like, because you think you're showing no emotion, dog. You're ready to kill someone over stepping on your shoes. Like,
like
you have a problem. You know?
I've never understood that. Like that.
But yeah, being in touch with like your emotional wave kind of is everything, because how you react to it is kind of your personality, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would also say that it's really important for teachers to understand that too, because when you're dealing with a population that is dealing with a very legitimate form of anger based off of society, you have to be able to allow somebody to express their emotion and not escalate that, right? Like we see that with police, even, you know, in the sense of like, they don't know how to interact with somebody who's really who may be dealing with a lot of stress in their life, and they see any sort of aggressive behavior as a threat. And so they're killing that person, right? The same thing happens in the classroom, right? You got a teacher that's trying to control their class, you know, and you know, basically trying to get control of the emotional environment, but they're stifling the emotional environment. And if you don't have the respect of your students, you're not going to be able to control them. And if you're not willing to listen to your students, you're not going to get their respect. And so that's another thing about being an artist and understanding this process. Like when I go into the hall, you know, it's crazy. Like I would just go in at some points and just bring my recording equipment and be like, all right, you know, I'll break down some information, like lyrics, some formulas for like rhyme schemes and flow and whatnot. But at the end of the day, they just wanted to get on the mic and get off, you know, just vent and say whatever it is on their mind. And like, I could have tried to like say, oh no, you guys can't talk about that type of stuff. But at the same time, they need to get that out. It's like, you need to get past that, whatever is on your front, whatever's on your mind, you got to get that out the way, and then you'll be more willing to listen. And it's almost like, damn, okay, y'all let me get that out. Okay, now what else you got? You know, like it's like, you know, just being able to listen to somebody will allow them to listen back to you, and then it allows you to be able to teach them something that they might be able to use. And like, you know, I credit being an artist, being an MC, at like having the patience to allow younger people to, you know, to go through that process themselves, because I've been there and we've all been there. You know what I mean? Like you can't censor and try to guide a person and say, oh no, you can't express yourself this way. It's like, fuck that, this is hip hop. Like express yourself however you need, but allow other people to express how they need. And there's also, you know, a hell of a lot of game that comes with learning the aesthetic side of the artistic side of how to express yourself. You know, like, yeah, I'll teach you how to rhyme anything, teach you how to, these are the different flow patterns, but what's the story that you're going to tell using these things? That's going to, you know, it's like whatever you put however you choose to use these tools is going to become your reality. And that's the thing that I think like more people need to understand is like, when we start, like language itself is powerful. When you start to encode that language with rhythm and rhyming, like it becomes something more than language. It's like you really are scripting your destiny, and whatever you choose, whatever story you choose to tell with that script is going to be the plot of your life, you know? And that's something that you also don't really realize when you're really young. You know what I mean? It takes years to make those connections. Like it takes life to like you saying, Mac, like it takes time for you to realize how important understanding your own emotions are. It takes fucking mistakes of like heartbreak and like fucking up and like being like, how the fuck did I get here? And like having to like completely reassess your whole, what you thought was true, and, you know, go back internally. Like it takes time. It takes you know, skin in the game to reach that. And when you're young, you know, you might not be trying to hear all that, but, and a lot of these kids don't even expect to be living that old too. That's the other sad part about it, is like, you know, it's like, well, I ain't being told that I got anything, you know, that I'm going to be living a long life anyways. So that's one of the first questions I asked them. It's like, y'all, who wants to live past 20? Who wants to make it to 30? Who has plans to make it to 40? Because if you raising your hand, then we having another conversation. But if you can't see that, then it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because you're just going to live the life, you know, that live fast, die young kind of thing. And a lot of kids is doing that these days, whether it's drugs, whether it's, you know, street violence, whatever it is. That's a pandemic. That's a real epidemic for our youth that we need to be, you know, addressing. So I see us doing that work, you know, as artists. I see hip hop being that, you know, just like hip hop has saved so many of us, you know, we can start to come together and really, you know, build that capacity and make that the new standard. So.
That's something, I mean, and that's something you talked a lot about it, and duly so, because it's something that does require a lot of time and work to establish in terms of setting the new standard, as you said. But I think it's something that's worth pushing going forward.
Oh yeah, I mean, the thing about the world today is with the internet, you can get whatever information you need at the drop of a hat. You know what I mean? So
crazy.
Hip hop, I mean, and hip hop has been universal, man. So it pretty much is the zeitgeist of the youth. You know what I'm saying? So it really is kind of like to have it in, like, I think it's mad dope to have it in education, to have it in schools, like to have kids hands-on, like learning like the basics, you know what I'm saying? Like the ground floor, like this is hip hop, this is how it was built, this is where it came from, this is why it came up, this is how it's used, this is what it's about, you know what I mean? Not the bullshit you're on radio, but like this is what it really, this is the essence of the culture right here. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I love it. I do. I wish I had more time to, you know, be more a part of that, but you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying with this. So with this initiative is dope, because it's like the time that you put into being an artist qualifies you to become a teacher if you ever wanted to, you know, add that to your plate. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be a conflict of interest. because your experience is what you would be teaching. And if you already have a sense of morality in what you're doing, then you know, and you care, because that's the fundamental thing of teaching, is like, you got to care to be a good teacher. If you don't care, you ain't gonna teach well regardless. You know, that's the prerequisite, you know. And I can say, and you know, maybe YD and Madman, you back me up on this, but like, when you give a kid some game at the time when like nobody else was giving it to him, and you realize that like you made them think differently about their own life, that's better than any check that you could get paid. You know what I mean? Like,
Nova right on cue.
Yeah, what's up, Nova?
You know?
Miss you, little one.
Yo, dude.
I'll do you one better.
All right.
I mean, it's happened several times, but when you're just out and about and 25-year-old man come up to you, you don't know who it is, and they like, yo, what's up? You know, Mr. Man or Mr. Manson, whatever, man. It's like, man, like, go to their wife and be like, this guy helped me out so much when I was in middle school. Look at me, this is my son, and she pregnant with another one.
Yeah.
Like, I would never have this. And I'm just like, you know, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
that's the pay. You don't even know the pay till it come back to you.
Yeah. Real talk.
When you experience that, and like I said, like I've experienced it like more than a couple times. You know, that energy of life that you put into them allows them to put it forward. You know what I'm saying? That you know, that is more than I can even say. Like, you know, you can't put a dollar amount on that.
Yep, it's priceless. And that's the thing, is like, so many of us are doing stuff that like, on the scale of like what people pay for, like, you can't pay for this shit. It's like it's beyond a monetary value. You know what I mean? Like and we have a wealth of that. We have such a wealth of ability of love that we can focus in different areas of our life that will render results, like you just said. And it's the type of wealth that it's like, you could just die. You could die tomorrow and know that you did your job. You know what I mean? And every day that you get beyond that is just another opportunity to, you know, to make a larger impact. Like, that's the shit that I ended up like getting geeked on, because when it comes to like hip hop, right? It's like, wait a second, we have an ability, each of us have an ability to focus our energy in our life and you know, make a difference in the best ways that we can see fit. And we get to tell that story in our own words and like leave that behind for after we die, you know, so that generations beyond can always reference and be like, well, what was this person doing? Or like whatever impact that you had. And, you know, and then for me, it goes back to Zoomies. It's like, you know, once we pass on, what we leave behind is really outside of the people that knew us directly. But even like beyond that, when everybody that we know is gone, is what we left behind in our music that people are going to be able to remember us by. And so however we're living our life now, you know, it's almost like I try to flip in my head, like, let me try to live the greatest story that I can tell. Like, that's what motivates me. You know what I mean? Like that, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this shit so I could put it in a rap. You know what I mean? So I can put it in a rhyme. You know, so there is that, like, they feed each other in a way, you know.
I like that, man. That's some legendary shit, you know what I mean? Because like you said, it plays off each other, because then you're like trying to make the best possible music, You're trying to live the best possible life, make the best possible music. You ping ponging, and you know. Next thing you know, you got a nice little story. So.
Yep. Yeah, and it becomes like a feedback loop, right? Because then you listen to the shit that you wrote before, and you're like, damn, like, okay, now I got to stay on that path, you know, because a lot of times as an artist, it's hard. The older you get, the more reality hits, you know, oh, shit, I got to make ends meet and everything. And it's like, it's harder to stay as, you know, aligned with that youth spirit that was so strong when you didn't have all those responsibilities. You know, adulting is real, you know, especially for us artists, man. It's like, fuck, you got to be able to navigate becoming an adult and hold on to that spirit. You know what I mean? Like that's, you know, so you can have that, so you don't get burnt out, so you don't fall off, you know? And that's the other thing about it, I can't say enough, is that working with young people will keep you plugged into that spirit. And if you could get paid to do that, fuck, man, that's like the best of both worlds, because now you can make your ends, keep your spirit in alignment, keep developing your craft, keep inspiring others, and all that shit just feeds right back into itself.
Wow. That's the win.
Yeah. And you know, it's about time that we start setting that, you know, putting that out there. So, you know, that's one thing that I was really excited about, finally being able to release my album last year, is like trying to put that whole journey into a rhyme narrative. And you know, it's crazy. So like I don't know, are we able to play some music on the album?
I was actually about to ask you, man, on some music shit.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Let me cue up some things. Y'all, this is episode 60. This is Rahman Jamaal, y'all.
60,
what's up, y'all? You know what I'm saying?
Season 4.
Season 4, 60 episodes, well over a year of absolute bonkers stuff.
Number 60, we had to bring the gems, man.
Yeah, we got you know what I'm saying? Like episode 60, like if you knew it was gonna happen, it's gonna happen. You know what I mean? We're here. You might not even know it's gonna happen, but that's okay. Just hang in, you know. Stay
yeah.
Smooth,
yeah.
bro.
Shout out Piff Habanero. See you in the chat. Titus Whitehead.
Piff in the building. What up, Young T?
Titus.
Deep Status. Yeah. I hope that folks that are able to tune in, you know, are picking up, you know, that this is just a tip of the iceberg. There's so much groundwork has been laid, and you know, we want to have fun telling that story too. At the end of the day, it is about having fun, you know. So
yeah, all right. So let's get into all right, man. So let's get into some Book of Raws, right?
yeah. So yeah, real quick, the Book of Ra is my first self-produced album. It's actually 2 EPs that are being released as an album. You can listen to it different ways. So like, you know, you can listen to the first half and then the second half, or you can listen to the second half and then the first half. They kind of have different vibes or whatnot, but I'm proud of it because it's all self-produced. So all the beats are original, composed, and the artwork that you see in the background is actually a San Jose artist, Magic Gill, who, if you don't know, my boy Sean is incredible with the incredible gift with the pen. He actually paints in 3D. So like he does his things and you put on 3D glasses and the shit pops out at you. I don't even know how he does it, but the dude is a virtuoso, I would say savant when it comes to visual art. He did the original album cover on it. So if you go to my Bandcamp, and then he also let me take some of his older work and attach it as the artwork for each song on the album. And so eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to release the album as a book of art and lyrics with the CD. And the artwork is all Magic Gill. So San Jose native. I want to see what y'all think about the song Digital Religion.
Yeah, we're gonna listen to some Rahman Jamaal.
It's that time, y'all.
Before we do that, though.
We crack it out the
Before we do that, though.
It's a fresh cut.
Yeah. We definitely got it. Fresh cuts for that.
We're gonna be listening to some ramen because I got in the mood because your homie V stopped by. I'm not sure if you knew that he was here, but
Oh, he came by? Nice. That's the homie.
Hey, he dropped some bars real quick.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, man, that shit was dope. So I was inspired to bust out this special mead right here. We drink mead over here. This mead was actually shipped from Vermont.
Oh.
Came in the other day. It is Havoc mead, hop swarm dry hop mead. It has alcohol percentage of 6.9. Of course, since it's mead, it's always gluten-free. Ingredients are water, honey, hops. Probably brewed and canned in Havoc mead, St. Albans, Vermont. So yeah, we're gonna pour a little mead, and then we're gonna listen to some ramen.
We got the need for mead.
All right, try it. Try this.
I'll let you go. You know, we got
all right. All right. Okay. So in a minute.
We'll get it. Yeah.
Titus Whitehead says, "Dost thou enjoy the beverage?" That's right. That's some Game of Thrones shit.
So we're doing Book of Ram.
And more like a beer flavor than the stuff Omen made. You know?
It has hops in it. So it's a dry hop mead, so it tastes more like a beer. It's like a mead beer, basically.
Mead beer.
Mead beer. Not bad. Okay. So everyone, we're gonna listen to Digital Religion.
Hey.
All right. Everyone that's out there, shout out in the building.
Yeah, that's some official artwork there.
I'm telling you. And there's hella hidden symbols up in there. There's a hella symbology.
I put it in the chat. .com so you can see his artwork, guys. All right.
This knowledge isn't in church or colleges. Niggas got bitches, wizards got witches, flipping God's image with his goddesses who understand quantum physics is all digits.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to clear away this old Roman Catholic fear of gays. Those who have ears, here's what I say. If a man can have multiple wives, it's only fair if they're queer in the fray. If you don't think so, obey your first love or stay single. From the drink hole to a ring, though, we let a symbol for ownership speech meet dopamine teeth to keep our bone on a leash. No, not a preacher, reverend, or a minister. Unless with prisoners, then I'm an ordained listener. Within the church, some say sinners are sinister, but outside of the soapbox, that's so miniature. On the web, you Spider-Men who are immature, spinning words from the perimeter because they insecure. They say you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. My inner world will catch fly honeys with vim and vigor.
Knowledge isn't in church or colleges. Niggas got bitches, wizards got witches, flipping God's image with his goddesses who understand quantum quantum physics is all digits. This knowledge isn't in church or colleges. Niggas got bitches, wizards got witches, living God's image with his goddesses who understand quantum physics is all digits.
What's the reason you've never heard this mentioned? New ideas disturb convention, causing surface tension. Unless there's a perfect explanation or alternative, your attention goes back to believing there ain't no verbs invented for Earth ascension. From beyond the simulation called the third dimension, circumventing that stimulation of our world of senses easier to see. Taste, touch, and learn suspension of belief to reprogram the word retention of our search engines. Outside of our circle of ignorance, the universe connection feeds our circle of influence. The more that you know that you don't know. Use your imagination as the base of your own code and language. Then you start to see changes. Reality reacts to confirm your greatest fear. So why would you give it that when you can give it your greatest? Keeping your dream intact. If it benefits all creation, you'll see the unseen adapt.
This knowledge isn't in church or colleges. Niggas got bitches, wizards got witches, living God's image with his goddesses who understand quantum physics is all digits. This knowledge isn't in church or colleges. Niggas got bitches, wizards got witches, living God's image with his goddesses who understand quantum physics is all digits.
Who's the son of a woman that came with a name from heaven? The legend, bred for blessing everyone in my presence. This is a confession, really it's just prepping for when I'm gone and my life story becomes our greatest weapon. For catching demons, their requiem's my profession. Upstaging the slave trade at its own procession. Thought waves of music, they have their own progression. So give it timing, set to the rhythm section. That's working the numbers, numbers are working math. Put your path on a graph, do you even know the half? Passing notes on the staff is how you get your ass in treble. Passive rebels need this rap on a massive level to go past the threshold. Casting metal for smashing devils, then becoming accessible. After the masses settle, what you calling the revolution? That's the ghetto, we just relax at a faster tempo. Allegretto.
This knowledge isn't in church or colleges. Niggas got bitches, wizards got witches, living God's image with his goddesses who understand quantum physics is all digits. This knowledge isn't in church or colleges. Niggas got bitches, wizards got witches, living God's image with his goddesses who understand quantum physics is all digits.
Knocker.
Lit at.
For real.
Super slap. All right.
Right on, y'all. Yeah, I appreciate. I love the feedback just because, you know, when you go into a zone and you just put, you know, the best that you have into something, you know, knowing if it vibes with other people and what aspects vibe with it, you know, is all added inspiration as well. So
that beat though, bro.
Man.
Oh, hella smooth.
Yeah, the whole album was produced off of a Yamaha motif, and just like trucking around with the different sounds and stuff, and you know, there's a lot you could do with one instrument. So yeah.
Man, but I mean, we know how you get down, man. You're a fucking you're a lyrical swordsman and shit, man. You've been doing this, you know what I mean, for a long time. Like real talk. When did you first get into hip hop though?
Well, I mean, I would say I first got into rap in 5th grade, and actually, like when I first heard, I mean, what was it like? I think I first got, you know, I was hearing stuff on the radio, but the first tape that I got was OPP, maybe. The single. Yeah. And I was too young to even know what the song was about. But I remember Ghetto Bastard was the B-side. And like, you know, when he's all like, never knew my dad, you know, that shit hit me deep. And it was like, okay. And I just knew that I had I had a love for rhymes, and I started writing my first raps actually as school assignments. So like if I had a history report to do, I remember asking my teacher one time, you know, hey, is it okay if I do this instead of writing this paper, can I write it as a rap? Can I rhyme it? And she was like, yeah, no one's ever asked me that before. And so being able to do that. So again, like having a teacher that was open to me expressing myself in that way, like then I was able to like really like enjoy learning the material, because now I'm like, okay, what can I rhyme? Like, how can I say this? And so I carried that with me all through elementary school, through middle school. I remember when like the school shootings was like a big deal. And I remember seeing the movie Kids and being like, yo, like this is what parents don't want to admit is like where people my age is doing, and like you just being inspired by different things that I would see and then having a personal response to that. So like one of the first songs that I wrote that was more like on social commentary was a song called America's Youth. And that was just kind of like looking at my generation and like what was happening at that time and just putting a commentary on it. But as far as like getting into hip hop, like I said, like I was a rapper, or a rhymer or a writer or whatever, without any context of like where it all came from, and until I got to college and really got that class on like, okay, like the South Bronx and, civil rights and, just getting that historical context, I would say like, that's really then what opened me up to like, oh, this shit that I like to do is like part of a culture. Like, and, it has everything to do with all the shit that I naturally gravitate to, from like the DJing to the dancing to, to the graffiti art and everything, it was like all these things that I naturally loved and learning that was a cultural thing. But, it's interesting too, because like that journey never ends, because like I started, up until, in college, and then I was in this movie, and that was more kind of like an industry breakout thing where like now I'm on an international platform, like people all over the world are seeing this film on TV, and it's like inspiring people in Africa and like all across the state. And like it's crazy that I didn't even really, it's hard to know, like when you say you saw the film before you met me, like that's a trip, because I don't have that context. Like I don't know, when I meet somebody, I don't know if they've seen something that I did, beforehand, and knowing it's like I'm just meeting everybody for the first time, so it's a trippy thing. But and being able to like follow this journey to kind of like how you're saying, like to open for the people that you grew up listening to, go on tour with the KRS-Ones and see what it's really like to be in their life for a few moments. And and then my journey has also taken me deep into the Bay Area's history of the day before hip hop. And this is something that I know I've talked to y'all about, but that many people might not know, because the media, the industry, the hip hop industry did not go deep enough into the story of the streets on the West Coast. They, it's standard knowledge of the South Bronx history. You got so much material to pull from when it comes to knowing what hip hop is as a New York phenomenon that took over the globe. When it went mainstream in the late 70s, early 80s, and the Hollywood industry got a hold of it and started making the movies, Beat Street and Breakin'. And then when they came to the West Coast, when LA started, because LA and New York were the two industries, the major entertainment industries, and LA started putting out the hip hop movies and everything. It was almost like there was this rush at this time. And I'm learning all this stuff. I'm born in 81. I'll date myself. So I had no idea of like what the industry was doing in 83 and 84, but coming back to learn that like hip hop was such a phenomenon in the early 80s. It was like every Hollywood producer wanted to make the next, film. And when the film Breaking 2 came out, which was supposed to showcase the West Coast's, what the West Coast was doing while breakdancing was happening in New York, like what was the dance forms on the West Coast, because we had a whole different way of getting down. That movie only went so as far as the celebrities that were cast in that movie, or the dancers that were cast in that movie. And I'm learning now through working close with an individual named Pop Tart or Lonnie Green or the Fillmore Kid, legendary San Francisco strutter, this whole backstory about how the Bay Area's contribution to what is now what people call the hip hop dance, scene, which we know like hip hop dance is like, you can't even really say that because you got breaking and you have all these different, locking is considered a hip hop dance, even though it's pre hip hop. The forms out of the Bay of, boogaloo, roboting, and strutting, that is pre hip hop. These are Bay Area dance forms that existed before 1973, before the first breakbeat was ever created, by Kool Herc. And so there's a whole West Coast history that never saw the light of day in the mainstream media. And the reasons are because, a lot of that shit was too street. It was too deep. It was too connected to Black power. It was too controversial for a mainstream audience to be able to digest if you really want to get down to the nitty gritty. And so there's hip hop and understanding its significance. Like we're all in the generation where like we were born pretty much like hip hop was already a mainstream thing when we were coming up. So we're just like, okay, this is our youth expression. But hip hop, tends to adapt or adopt the things that are dope. And so like, what you see like with like popping, what people understand as popping, pop locking and things like that as LA forms of dance, there's a lineage of how that dance even developed. And like what people understand saw what Michael Jackson was doing. There's a whole narrative. We got the whole story wrong, most people. And the perfect example is everybody knows what the moonwalk is, right? Except that's not the moonwalk. If you talk to a real boogaloo and say, what is that move called? They're not going to say the moonwalk. They're going to say, oh, that's a backslide. And that's the name of that move. There we go, right? And even Michael will tell you, you can go on to YouTube right now and look up Oprah, right? He'll tell you that. And when Oprah's like, Michael, where did the moonwalk come from? He'll say, oh, these brilliant kids from the ghetto, these brilliant children. And they're the real geniuses. They make up so many moves and I just enhance the move. So like, he's like giving credit to the street dancers. He's not saying which ghetto, but now that I'm like real, now that I'm around some real OGs in the game, like I'm learning like, oh shit, like Joe Jackson used to hang out with Fillmore Slim and Ronnie Newt and these pimps in Frisco. And like, and Frisco was like everybody was strutting in Frisco, before hip hop even left New York. It was even a thing. And like, it was this whole other culture that, that found its way through entertainment. Entertainers eventually ended up seeing it and trying to master it and all this stuff. But the real deep rooted history that goes deep into Hunters Point, that goes deep into Fillmore communities, deep into Oakland, the Black families, the expressions, that came out of the funk era, the soul era, the blues, all of this stuff. This is one of the aspects that even this education initiative, H2E2, is looking to put together for students of the game to be able to get. And like, especially if you hip hop on the West Coast and you hip hop in the Bay Area, and you definitely have to know what was in the Bay Area before hip hop, because it's just as much of a beautiful story and beautiful knowledge of our people that never reached the mainstream audience. And so that's another aspect that we're trying to really put together through organizations like the Strutters Room, which, by the way, is the other grant that we got to support for next year. So the master camp happens once a year, the week before Juneteenth. And we've been doing it basically on a shoestring budget, basically just off the connections of, Lonnie Green and the effort that he puts in, because he's been on this 40-year mission to preserve this culture for his OGs and, his generation. So we got that is going to be super live. Over the next year, we're going to be building that up. So folks are finally going to have access to something that was way protected from outside forces, trying to come in and co-opt it and whatnot. Like at the time, there was no cameras being allowed into these talent shows where these cats was getting down. And that's another reason why the information didn't get out, because it was too sacred. It was too protected. But now we're at a point where it's like when these OGs are passing away, all that knowledge leaves with them. And so if we don't have the way to pass it on to the next generation, that's why we're finally putting together, because it's documented by the people that were there and by the people that was doing it, but not by anybody outside the culture. So yeah, that's another aspect of the work that's coming to fruition finally. So yeah, y'all check out, you can go to thestruttersroom.com and find out more about that. So yeah, lots of stuff coming down the pike.
Struttersroom.com. And I've been to a few of these events. I've seen how deep you've gotten into the strut, and it's always like if you have been to a b-boy event, it's like a b-boy event, but like it's deeper. It's just so much deeper. Like the energy's deeper. Like you said, sacred. You know what I mean? I saw some really good strutters at Gunderson one time, one of Apocalypse events.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
I ain't heard that name in a while.
Yeah, shout out Joey.
Yeah, what's up, man? Fellow wine consumer. I be gigging with those. I really like what he got going with that, man. But yeah, no, I've seen really good shredders and they're old. They're old.
No, it's kind of crazy the way you explain it. It sounds like a modern day kind of like oral tradition. You know what I mean? Like right. It's not some documented shit that's all on film. It's like just something passed down to a chosen few that's mad dope. You know what I mean? But I guess it's about that time. The people need to know.
Its disadvantages of being so sacred.
Yeah, because the Bay Area has a lot of takes a lot of how can I put this? Doesn't quite get its shine in a lot of different respects. You know what I mean? Like, so it's kind of, that's just another aspect of it. I guess the dance aspect of hip hop. That's another part of it that the Bay Area is underestimated. I guess our story needs to be out there a little more.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you start to learn some of this stuff, it's crazy how much like it connects the dots too, because like the dance forms as it was developing like out of Oakland. So like Oakland Boogaloo goes back to like the early 60s with people trying to competing with like dancing like James Brown, right? Like whoever could do the James Brown would compete with each other, and they started to become called Boogaloos. And then they started to form groups that would compete with each other at these talent shows. So now you got a group of Boogaloos going up against another group of Boogaloos, and they would put together these group routines that were tailor-made to complete songs. And like whoever won at the talent show, that became that A-list group. And so then like the communities in Richmond and San Francisco were like, damn, these boogaloos, like they got this dance game on lock. You know, how are we gonna evolve this dance form? Because, you know, they taking all our females and, you know, like whatever, like at the party or whatnot, it's like no one could fuck with the boogaloos. And so one of the crazy things that, so there were boogaloos in San Francisco at the time. And, you know, these are groups like Granny and Robotroid Incorporated, Live Incorporated, and when the boogaloos out at Frisco, who didn't call themselves boogaloos, they started calling themselves strutters. When they beat the top group in Oakland, which I believe was Derrick and Company, then it was like, oh shit, like San Francisco now got something. But what the Strutters started doing is they started playing their records. So they're also choosing songs. So it's not just about the routine, it's about your song choice or what you choose to compete with. And then also the routine that you put together with it. But on top of that, what the Strutters started doing is they started picking records and then playing the records on 45 speed. So it was sped up. And so it was like even more intense movements that are inspired from Boogaloo, but because it's a different tempo, is like more complex, and you could do different, you know, it's like a more intense version of the routines. And so then they started wiping everybody out. And then Richmond even took that strutting and started going like into like, you know, because now you're getting like electro funk, you know, is starting to come out with like groups like Kraftwerk and things like that. And actually it was Close Encounters of the Funkiest Kind that started really going into like futuristic mode with it. So they started, you know, coming out with like robots on stage and like steam. It was like a full-on production. And then these crazy routines, costumes, you know, and this was all like ghetto children just like finding resources and just off the creativity of the mind, just putting shit together and coming and putting together these live ass performances. And like, you know, and then like once Close kind of, you know, did that, then it was like Richmond got inspired and they're like, oh, we're going to take this fucking space age shit and just go into a whole other direction of, you know, even crazier shit. And I was being told some stories like, you know, it ended up going so deep that it was like, it got really insular of like, it was like, who could top, you know, who could do the craziest shit in these routines. You know, and it was a very kind of like internal kind of thing. But, you know, in that process, like the styles, you know, started traveling down the state. So like, you know, the whole story, like the Boogaloo dancers, like a lot of them were mascots for the football teams in Oakland. And then they would dance at the track meets in Fresno. And that's how Boogaloo got to Fresno, where, you know, cats like Electric Boogaloo Sam, you know, started, you know, he was the one that kind of brought that to Hollywood and took credit for it, but left, you know, and then the story went back to him, but it didn't go back to the base. So there's a lot of controversy over the origins of this stuff, but the dates don't lie and the history don't lie. And when you get to being around these individuals, you start to put together the dots of like why the Bay Area, no one's ever been able to put their finger on the Bay Area and be like, oh, that's the Bay Area, because it's like, we're so creative, we're so innovative, and I think it's because, you know, our history doesn't just go back to hip hop. We're not just influenced by New York hip hop. Yeah, we do that shit. We can do that shit, but we have our own flavor, and our own creativity tradition has its own lineage, you know, that is even before hip hop. So we're pulling on that as Bay Area artists, whether we know it, whether we're conscious of it or not. We're always pushing the bar beyond what the mainstream is capable of even comprehending in a lot of ways. And that's what I think, you know, that's what I'm realizing as I start to get deeper into these conversations with cats who have been here around a lot longer than me. I'm like, oh shit, this shit is making sense. That's why the Bay is motherfucking, you know, what it is.
It's always been different.
Always been different, always been dope. You know what I'm saying? Piff's asking if I got a podcast. I don't have a podcast. Well, actually, I do, but it's not. I'm recording some rap coaching podcast for Cal High Sports Bay Area, which I think y'all seen that, right? The raps for the high school. So yeah, those are back on and popping. They just started up last week. They play on Comcast 20 Coffee. I forget the thing, but we're recording the writing sessions for those raps. And actually one of the students that I work with, Danyus, he's on the spectrum. So he's has Asperger's, but he's super motivated to become a rap coach. And the dude can freestyle, he's got his own, quirky little style or whatnot. But super positive dude, super motivated. And so he's like, yo, let's make a podcast and talk about rap coaching and everything. And so like a couple of cats that I work with at the Riker Center, shout out to Big Murph. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mace. But yeah, we're working on I've recorded, so basically I've recorded Zoom sessions, and we're trying to see if we can release it into like a web series kind of thing. But as far as like a podcast, I don't have that on my dance card right now, just because a lot of raising a kid, running a preschool, doing those other stuff, it's someday it'll get there. But until then, I'll just jump on this podcast when y'all have me in different ones, But no, I appreciate the question.
Yeah, man.
Always more than welcome here, man.
Big Chillin, we here. Big Chillin.
As you see.
With the meat. All right. I've held off for long enough.
What's the word? Where we going?
That's the only appropriate music to drink meat to. That's all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We do stuff like that here. I don't know why.
But yeah, man. So you got more. What? Give me another track you want to hear. Do you want them to hear?
Let's see. Folks, I've gotten a lot of good feedback on Blow Pop.
Blow Pop.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. We still big chillin'. We still got Rahman Jamaal in the house, man. Y'all with us in the building or what? Are you disrupting your neighbors and or roommates yet?
It's a premiere.
If you're not big chillin' enough.
Pop, don't cop from no up when shots go off. No time to go soft. Money over love means only cuff. A gold watch, robots with no thought get caught up. Have you been through the hood lately? Good, it's crazy. A different world for a girl to push a baby. You either in the street or you going to class. Afraid of becoming grown, growing too fast. On a world of information that travels at light speed. Even smoking the grass can feel like speed. So much processing power with no soul. On a world so cold, it's best to roll slow. Cause it takes time to think and decide on the best route. Fresh out, there's less doubt when you can flex clout. But more than flexing on steps and investing in the direction that you're destined. The real question is, what's your working model? Just to purchase bottles to touch a twerking model? What if the world is hollow? Does no one feel it? Like how your girl gets follows when nothing's feeling right? Hit them licks like a blow pop. Don't cop from no up when shots go off. No time to go soft. Money over love means only cuff. A gold watch, robots with no thoughts get caught up. Hit them licks like a blow No time to go soft. Money over love means only cuff or gold watch. Robots with no thoughts get caught. Got you in this lane of survival made for claiming a title. From white folks aiming a rifle in the name of a Bible. It rivals, blaming what's tribal, but also American. To swear on land that'll just be bought by the Sheraton. Promising y'all there's an offer for jobs to take care of family. Shopping at malls that raise property costs to embarrass them until you can't afford to do good if you ain't a genius. They keep you poor in the hood to make sure you can't compete with they chessboard pieces. It's just that simple. We die over bands, which they shuffle like singles. You can't stop once you start stacking like Pringles. To even the odds against rats in the sinkhole. We don't think so different once we have millions. We place green paper over black brilliance. Where's the loyalty in this game of thrones when descendants of royalty are getting played like pawns? Hit them licks like a blow pop. Don't cop from no op when shots go off. No time to go soft. Money over love means only cuff a gold watch. Robots with no thoughts get caught up. Hit them licks like a blow pop. Don't cop from no op when shots go off. No time to go soft. Money over love means only cuff a gold watch. Robots with no thoughts get co-opt. This is rap in a system called capitalism, where the young, black, and the gifted got a path into prison just because the cash that we flipping puts our class in position between a bad mother and a crappy decision. To join the team you can't beat with the firepower. Subject to the kings with the sniper towers, who like how we're locking niggas up by the hour while we're dying out for whiter powder. That's whiter power. They forecast says expect lighter showers. The social climate now is expect lying cowards to take advantage of ours missing this higher power. For that connection speed you need a wider router to not automatically react and go ham like they want us programmed. From young girls to old men seeking more attention, if not more exemptions, to outfox thoughts with these hairs in the tortoise dimension. Hit them licks like a blow pop. Don't cop from no op when shots go off. No time to go soft. Money over love means only cuff a gold watch. Robots with no thoughts get caught up. Hit them licks like a blow pop. Don't cop from no op when shots go off. No time to go soft. Money over love means only cuff a gold watch. Robots with no thoughts get co-opt.
Smack, man.
That's
Low
a
pop.
slap right there.
Yes.
I know Madman, like Madman, you represent somebody who's always pushing to have the most potent lyric. You know what I'm saying? As far as like that must have been an ad. That's the next single from Three Headed. No, nah, but Madman, you always somebody that's like, you know, like even from your freestyles or whatnot, like on a battle tip, like your lyrical content is so potent, and it's like, you know, it's an inspiration to push that, you know, to push that lyricality, you know, to try to keep shit potent, you know what I mean? Like, so I just, you know, that track and just the whole album too really is like me going there, you know, with the story that I have to tell, but like, you know, always being like, how can you say the rhyme that has never been said before? You know what I mean?
I love that. You know what I mean? That's something I'm big on. Like, I want to say some shit someone hasn't already said.
Exactly. Right. Like there's hella words that you can rhyme together, right? But like, how could you put it together in a way that nobody else has said up until this point? Like that to me is like, that's what I love about MCing, you know, is like, and then when somebody else says a rhyme, you're like, oh shit, I would have never put that together like that. That shit is dope. You know, but y'all be doing that shit too. So, you know, when I be listening, so it's love.
Much respect, man.
Yeah, we appreciate that you listen too. That's what's up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
Now first of all, I want to take a moment and say shout out everybody in the building live with us. This is Big Chillin with Diff Dope.
Thank you for joining us for episode 60, y'all.
Season premiere. What it
Season
do?
premiere.
Yes.
We got Mr. Rahman Jamaal in the building.
Yeah.
dropping some real facts and knowledge, but also some real spitums, man. This project is a really good project. I put it in the chat, everyone. Rahman Jamaal, .bandcamp.com. Check that shit out. All right, it's a really, really, really good project.
Now that's something I haven't seen. M Smiley says raw spec. I like that. See, I never heard that before.
Shout out Smizzle Monster, man. What's up, bro?
Respect.
Love it.
Sounds like an EP type.
I might have to, yeah, I might have to use that, man, if that's cool.
The raw spec EP, I can see it.
Yeah. Get some features on it. That's the next thing for me is like, you know, this album was pretty much all me. You know, I didn't it was really kind of an album that I wrote for me, you know, just to, you know, put out there and everything. But, you know, because a lot of my stuff that's out there is features on other people's projects and things like that. But I definitely want my next project to have more features, you know, on my shit. So,
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Get that cracking.
Holla at your boys.
I'll be hollering at all of y'all. Yup, I need a 3-headed dragon.
Out here.
Oh no, I don't even do that.
Oh, we don't rap no more.
I don't even do that. I do this. Surround boys on back.
Oh, y'all turning into an acapella group.
And we're bringing it back, man.
Hey, if you need a fourth member, you know what I'm saying? I'll get my da-da-do, da-do.
Why not? Barbershop quartet, that's how it went, right?
You know what I'm saying? And busting some crazy raps.
Oh, busting some flows in between. Yeah, right. That'd be something.
You're gonna be like, what the fuck is going on here?
They must be from the Bay.
Absolutely. Oh man. All right. We got Rahman Jamaal right now. I want to kind of shift gears, my man.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a couple of things going on in the world. We had this 7.0 earthquake up by Acapulco yesterday, man.
Wow, like that?
Yeah.
Damn, I've been paying attention. That happened?
Yeah, man. It was bad. It was a bad, man. This is, I mean, the world's going through a lot of stress right now. You know, we still burning up here.
Still hurricanes and shit.
You know, Hurricane Ida fucking wiping out Louisiana again.
East Coast getting hit with them heavy storms.
Right.
It's like, man, Mother Nature's telling us to go fuck ourselves right now, man.
I mean, like, it was supposed to be like, you know, hot girl summer. But Mother Nature is like, nope, I'm the hot girl.
It's the original hot girl.
Right. She hot.
That's what.
And the crazy thing is too, is like, this could just be the beginning too. You know, I don't mean to be like a doomsday type of thing, but like this could be our new normal. Because at some point, you know, it's just like the pandemic, right? Like this shit's gonna keep changing up, and you know, it's like as much as we'd like to think like, oh, someday it'll all end and we'll be able to go back to normal. I don't see that happening, y'all. I see it like is those that are able to adapt are going to be, you know, we're going to be the one, you know, it's a sink or swim situation. You know, if you can't adapt, or if we're not preparing on how to be able to adapt, you know, by keeping each other informed and, you know, utilizing our technology for real, you know, real information, you know, I think that's what Mother Nature is playing our hand, you know, playing her hand is, you know, forcing our hand rather, to see if we're going to adapt in that way. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't know, man. The powers that be, want to keep the gravy train rolling. So I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know exactly what's going to change. You know what I mean? Because when it's all said and done, they're already trying to get technology to get off the earth and
right.
Here smoldering in the bullshit that they left. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, they're just like they're like, all right, now we know we can get to space for no damn reason.
Peace, y'all. We out.
It's gonna be Elysium in real life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not even a joke. Like, that's like, I mean, billionaires aren't blowing their money on that technology for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, because I don't know.
Because they're just gonna go up and then it's gonna go horribly wrong. They're gonna come down, and then all that money would be going to waste. And you could have just like cured all of the fucking world's problems, and like all you fuckers,
all of them,
all.
I mean, literally, homelessness should not be a human problem. Like, we got more space than we know what to do with. Like, motherfuckers should like be able to have a roof over their head at night. Well, it's just we don't care. That's all it is.
And if you have a roof over your head at night, you should be able to fucking eat.
People with power just don't give a shit.
Right.
If you have a roof over your head, you should be able to eat. Yeah. And if you're able to eat, you should be able to have medicine in case you get sick.
I mean, those are essentials, at least in some other countries.
Those should be given.
There's other countries who will figure this out. But the greatest nation in the world is still figuring the shit out.
It took a pandemic to even mobilize the idea process of even trying to. Otherwise, it would have never even been a thing. Money from the government would have never happened ever in life, ever. Like no, like Dave Chappelle with the money, like.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's safe to say that we can't rely on the powers that be in any way, shape, or form because they're just not set up to look out for it.
I never did.
Right.
And, as a black man, I never could.
Right. And in a sense, that I think that will actually put you at an advantage over people who do depend on that system, because when that system crumbles, they're not going to know how to turn. They won't have built the relationships needed to survive, because humans can survive off of relationships alone, by looking out for each other, in that sense. And it's usually those who are faced in extreme conditions that figure out how to do that, because you have to for survival,
That's right.
Everybody else is like just relying on their little white picket fence and like
I would say working in education and working in hip hop are definitely and have been a college student. I think all those things are the building of relationship. Those are the things that you get taught doing those things. And the reward at most of the time is minimal, but it's not though.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the value of the currency hasn't changed yet.
I like that. You're right. You're right.
You think about just the old school saying, like, it's not what you know, it's who you know. You know what I mean? Because if you're adjacent to the man at the top, you're better off than the man at the bottom lets to scrap his way up. You know what I mean? Like, depending on the perspective, I guess, because the man who scrapped his way up has the perspective of scrapping his way up. And the guy adjacent to the guy at the top just gets handed everything. But, it's all funny, man. It's all the world of the dice.
The who you know primarily relates to the person that might have had to scrap more if it wasn't for the person there.
I mean, it's true.
The who you know is also like, on your way up to the top, how did you treat people? You know what I mean? Like, cause you could be stepping on everybody to get to the top, and then you ain't gonna have anybody that's wants to support you up there while you're there if like you was an asshole about it, you know.
A bunch of people that laugh on you on your way down.
And and stability comes with collaboration, and if you're lacking that, then that's your base. Everyone's going to be jockeying for your position instead of collaborating with it. Strengthen the value of the entire team.
Yeah, I don't even really judge like top down, like what society says is the top, is like being rich and famous and celebrity and millions of followers. Like it ain't even about that. Like like that's such a manufactured reality that's put on all of us, especially in America, as like this is the measure of success. And it's like it goes back down to the story that you say, like how many people at the top can tell a story of like I changed this person's life, and some people can, but at the same time it's like, did they change their life because they were famous, or did they change their life because they were present? And it's not about fame can pull a lot of people off their highest path, you know what I mean, if that's what you think it's all about, but more and more as I get older, it's all about how you treat people that really defines your success to me. If you die and people can talk about you in a way that like this person impacted me in a positive way, that's all any of us can really ask for, at the end of our days. And that's something that we all represent that, and we can all get busy doing that too.
Yeah, true. Super true. And I think that's if the pandemic hasn't taught us anything, it's taught the ones that are attentive just that. You know what I mean? It took a complete separation from everything to, people had to trust people again.
Yeah.
Which if you barely did that in the first place, then
that was tough. You had to trust people. You had to learn to trust people. People's restaurants open, so people started just serving food in random places, and you had to trust. There's all kinds of trust going down. But that trust was survival. It was a mutual survival,
And just reminded everybody, like, what I'm saying? Like, we need each other. You know what I mean? No matter whatever our little gripes. And we still griping. You know what I mean? We still fighting over little shit. We still divided over dumb shit. But, I just hope at least people that are mentally aware just realize, like, yo, we need each other. You know what I mean? Like, our energies fucking bounce off each other. Like, we need each other to fucking move forward. You know what I mean? So, those who get it. Those who don't are, fighting over masks and shit.
Man.
And haircuts. Mask and haircuts.
I don't know, man. This pandemic just really opened up a lot. Like, kind of just put, I don't know, it's kind of put America under a microscope. Like, it's kind of put us in a little, just put everything front and center. It's like, wow, this is what we are. This is who we are. And it's like, wow.
Yeah, just taking a hindsight look and just like,
this is where we've come.
Mm-hmm.
We're fighting over masks. We're climbing crates.
Climbing crates.
Oh man.
Oh my god. Oh my
We are not
god.
the shining beacon on a hill we used to say we were.
I mean, we never really were.
We never really were.
Now we just got technology to reveal all that.
Just like, oh, they've been lying this whole time.
It's like, y'all just use Disneyland as a front. What? Work to do out here.
All right, y'all. Big Chill, episode 60. Rahman Jamaal. Got a question.
Yeah, what's up?
You're from the Bay Area.
Yes.
Spent some time in LA. Where are your sports loyalties at?
Sports loyalties?
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I'll tell you, like, top 3 teams: Niners, Steelers, Seahawks.
Niners, Steelers, Seahawks. Steelers, huh?
Yeah, Pops is from Pittsburgh, so I grew up
Okay, that's what's
having
up.
to rock the loyalty on that. So, you know,
Hey, if you're from Pittsburgh, that's like in your blood.
yeah.
I went on right before the pandemic, I went on tour in Philly and shit. And that is very much anti-Steeler. Like strongly. I'm like, you're not even in the same fucking conference. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're the other football team in the state. Fuck them.
Right.
We're the only football team in the state. Steelers though, still that's hard blood football.
Yeah.
That's for real. That's that real deep football, like stores closed for football.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because I mean, not to if I'm completely honest, like, my football spirit did get taken like down a notch with the whole Kaepernick thing, and how, you know, just how the NFL kind of, like, I don't know, I feel like it missed an opportunity, but I understand the arguments on both sides. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like
several opportunities.
And I'm still kind of pissed. Like, I was like, why wouldn't any like rogue, like, I almost would think, like, expect someone like Pete Carroll to be like, you know what, fuck it, like, let me sign Kaepernick just because, you know, he's got so many fans for another reason. He's a good enough athlete. Like, I'm a fan of people, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was like the main thing. Like, I was like, damn, Cap, you know, I'm a Cap fan for sure. And I'm a little pissed that the NFL has not capitalized on Cap just off of his social capital, period.
Yeah, they dropped the ball on that one. They missed a golden opportunity. And I mean, like, Seattle actually brought him in for a workout, I guess. I don't know what happened or didn't happen. And, you know, I don't know. They missed the moment. And it seems like Cap has kind of moved on from football at the moment.
Right.
You know.
Right. That's my sense, is that, you know, Cap's kind of outgrown the NFL. Like, he went on some real nigga shit and saw how the NFL was just here for entertainment, and he's already on a deeper level. So I could understand him walking away from the NFL much more easy as the reason, you know, but still, I'm just like, eh.
I actually know someone else that wants to weigh in on the situation. I just got a text right now.
Oh,
okay. And I believe he's in the building. Yes, man, Renee Smith is in the building, y'all. He's here. He's here. I got prepared for him.
You know he had to be.
Man,
you know he had to be.
Here we
he's
go.
at the door.
Well, welcome to Sports Madness. Sports Madness, because I have some things I need to talk to you about today. Football is back! Do you hear me? I said football is back on my television. Do you have any idea how happy it makes me, Matt Kellerman? Do you have any idea how excited it makes me, Matt Kellerman, that football is back on my television? I mean, even college football, I mean, the last week, Matt Kellerman, there were already upsets as usually in week one, okay? If you know anything about college football, you pay attention. You understand that upsets happen in week one, all right? And it happened again, okay? They happened again, but just that energy again, okay? And then tomorrow night, the NFL is back on my television. I'm so excited. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. I mean, do you have any idea how long it is? I mean, it hasn't felt like it's been that long. But it hasn't been that long. Do you have any idea how long it's felt since I've had some NFL football on my television? And I'm just excited, okay? For the first time in years.
Say years again.
Years.
Say it correctly, please. My bad, please continue.
And for the first time in what feels like forever, I have a fantasy football team. That's right. Mr. Madman A. Smith is back in the fantasy football business, okay? I've constructed a roster to beat everybody, all of our friends and fam, and especially this man here when I get a chance to play him. I'm a cream his team. Pause. Only in the football sense.
Manny and HP say,
yeah, there you go. It's time. They know it is.
So, yeah. So if you out there are engaged in fantasy sports, let us know. Holla at us in the chats. Let us know if you get down with the fantasy football. I want to know who you got on your squad. Madman A. Smith wants to know. Okay. Now there's a lot of talk. I gotta bring it up.
I played Flower Boy first week.
Hold on. I gotta
Flower Boy.
So I gotta switch gears to the NBA. Okay. There's been a lot of talk, and there's been actually, let me scratch that word talk. There's been a lot of jokes about my team, the Los Angeles Lakers. Okay. There's been a lot of jokes, particularly. Let's be specific. There's been a lot of jokes specifically and particularly, okay, about the age and stage of our roster. And I have to admit, I have to admit a couple of things, okay? Number one, I'm not worried. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Number two, I'm excited to see where we can go this year because I feel the possibilities are endless in terms of what we can accomplish. And number three, some of the jokes are funny. I must admit, some of the jokes I've heard and seen are funny. I think I heard or saw something calling the Lakers the LAARP team or something like that. So some of the jokes about the age are funny. I'm not even mad about the jokes. I mean, and we do have one of the oldest teams, if not the oldest roster in NBA history. We're up there with one of those oldest rosters could ever constructed. So I understand the jokes, but I'm looking at the caliber of players. I'm looking at the combo of personalities, and I'm looking at the experience
the winning experience, the deep playoff experience on that roster. And I just like our chances, if healthy, which we were not last year. If healthy with the roster as constructed, I like our chances. I think we can play against any team on any given night. That's just how I feel, Matt Kellerman. That's just how I feel, Mr. YDMC of ESPN.
Rahman, what's your basketball team?
Oh, I mean, Warriors, you know, just faithful, home team faithful. But to be honest, you know what I'm saying? I haven't been watching as much sports as I've have in the past, you know. So it's like it just hasn't. It's you know, I catch an MMA fight, you know, every now and again.
Who you like to watch?
Who you like to watch, man?
I mean, who's ever fighting? I'm a huge Israel Adesanya fan.
Yeah,
Love that guy.
Beast, you know what I'm saying?
Badass. Badass.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Style bender.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know you're an avid martial artist, man. When'd you get into that?
Yeah, man, we didn't even talk about that shit. I didn't even say nothing about that.
Right. Yeah, man. So yeah, I started basically got into martial arts when I was a kid, like 6 or 7, I would say. And my original instructor, who I got my black belt with, I was about 15, and he ended up moving, and then a family from the same system that was actually a higher rank ended up taking over our school, and I've been training with them ever since, and that's the Kane family. And like it's like a you know, it's a family biz type of deal, because like the Canes, like their kids went to the preschool that my mom ran here in Redwood City, me and my family are taking over now with our daughter. And like his kids are now, like, you know, in their 20s or whatnot, all champions. They actually started a league called Adrenaline Worldwide. And y'all can go to this website, adrenalineworldwide.com. And this shit is amazing. It's a new way of competing if you're a martial artist. So like you have in martial arts, you have the martial and then you have the art. So the martial is basically the fighting. So that would be like your equivalent of the UFC, like combat, right? Then you have the art side, which is more the performance side of it. So this would be like, yeah, your forms, your katas, but also just like your techniques, how you express yourself through the styles of you know, of the movement and everything. And there's an extreme category of martial arts. It's actually called XMA, for extreme martial arts. And this came about, I want to say it came about in the 90s, where I'll give you a little history. Mike Chatt, who was the original Blue Power Ranger, okay? He's champion martial artist, right? He's the first one, when he starts going to all the big martial arts tournaments, when he's doing forms, he's the first one to like start doing inversions, meaning like flips, right? So you have different categories in competitive martial arts when it comes to forms. You have traditional forms, which is like, you know, it's usually like most people outside are like, oh, it looks kind of boring. Like, you know, it's nothing really fancy, but it's like perfection. You have to do it like perfectly. Then you have creative forms, which is basically you can just think outside the box, and whatever you create, you compete with that. Well, he started adding flips into his creative form. Not everybody could do flips. And so he basically ended up sweeping all of the divisions, and then the people, and like changing the level of competition. So then other people are like, well, if he's going to do flips, I better start doing flips. So the people that could do flips would start competing, but then everybody else who couldn't do flips was kind of like ass out, like they couldn't compete. So he went to the promoters and got them to create a new division of competition called extreme martial arts, where you're allowed to do flips, and all the people that can do flips can compete with each other. And then the creative division, you know, is basically still creative, but you can't do flips. And so XMA is also called tricking, okay? In martial arts, they call it tricking. And so it's basically the combination of acrobatics and martial arts. So you got cats doing like round off back tucks, but as they're doing the backflip, they're throwing kicks, or they're doing like corkscrews where they're, spinning laterally, and like all this crazy shit that like basically like you either see in movies or you see in video games, but these cats are doing it in real life, right? So Adrenaline Worldwide created a new way of competition that it deviates from the traditional tournament style where you like do a form and then you get graded, you get judged, and then the next person comes up, they do their form, they get judged. And they change the format so it's actually more like a b-boy battle, like a dance battle. So you actually, now you come out, you got two competitors head to head, and they got like 2 minutes on the clock, and you each do a technique, you do a form, you do a pass, and then the next person goes, just like you would see in a battle. So now it's like martial arts battling, that hip hop format. And this shit has taken over the tricking community, because it's like now all the trickers from all over the world have this new way to compete with each other. And it's not just with tricks and flips. You also do this with weapons. So like crazy manipulations with swords and bows and comma blades and, anything you can think of. Like, you got all the top competitors in each of these divisions competing in this new format. The latest thing that they've done is they've actually teamed up with one of the top stunt coordinators in Hollywood, who's this cat named Chris Brewster. And he's like Captain America, Deadpool. I forget all the ones that he's done, but he's done a ton of Marvel's ones. He's the only stuntman to win Stuntman of the Year twice, which is like basically like winning an Oscar if you're a stunt person. And he's created a new program to train martial artists how to do martial arts for film. So specifically film fighting, which is very different than actual combat fighting, because you have to like perform for the camera. So it's like, you can't have your guard up here and block your face. You got to kind of, it's a different way of using your martial arts, but it's designed specifically for film. And it's being offered to schools. It just launched, like I'm talking like this week, actually, just launched to be offered to martial arts schools around the world. The first stunt program that will qualify you to get to a certain rank where you can now be brought into all these different film projects. Because that's like, I mean, there's such a demand for stunt people, but not everybody. There's not enough people who can do it. That there needs to be like more people who are trained right to be able to do it and everything. So my dojo that I've been training with since I was 15, since they took over, ran the first pilot program for it. It's called Adrenaline Action Design. And if you're on Instagram, you can go to Adrenaline Worldwide to see all the what it's all about. So that's what I've been doing with martial arts is getting trained to do film stunts, which is like super dope, because it was a dream of mine since I've been like 11. I had a little stint where I wanted to be a stuntman. I grew up to be a stuntman and stuff, and it's still, now it's happening. But yeah, that's feeding into another project of a film that I'm actually writing. That everybody that I know, is going to have a role in it. So, including present company. So I'm writing a film to actually include all the people that I know in my life, because I've already been in a film. It's a super dope experience process to do. And now that I've like done that, it's like, okay, now I know how to do it. We can do this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm writing the film based off of people that I actually know so that I can cast them. And you best believe y'all gonna be in this shit too. It's a martial arts crime historical drama trilogy. And I'm making it into a graphic novel first. So it's a big project.
You are on some other creative shit, man. That's
Every
insane. That's insane. Like, yeah,
straight
I'm in. Whatever you got me doing, I'm in.
Yeah.
That's dope.
He said, you next season, need to go face first and do
Hey, face first in the doo-doo, I go. Nah, man.
Yeah, man. Nah, y'all have always been, you know, top class brothers, you know what I'm saying? Since we've been doing like Live at the Dragon and even with the preschool series, man, y'all had your song featured up in there. You know what I mean? So that's how we support each other and give back and keep the love flowing, you know what I'm saying? Keep the creativity juices in effect.
Yeah, man. We ancient, it's okay to admit, but we got depth, so age is not a factor.
Oh yeah. Age is just a little bit of seasoning, man.
That's from Young T.
Age is nothing but some seasoning, a little bit of marinade, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a little bit of flavor, you know what I mean? Like, you know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I mean? I remember when I was young and I thought I was Rakim. I thought I was the man. I didn't know a fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? And I was cocky as shit. But now I'm older, a little more humble. It's like I'm 1,000 times better than I used to be. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I'm happy to even make it to this age. You know what I'm saying? So I you know.
Hey, we on track to live long lives.
Let's get it.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of these guys, regardless of age, are guys that, well, are guys that people want to play with, and then guys, you know, and then some people don't want to play with. I guess you can say we have some divisive players. Rondo, some people love playing with them. Not everybody likes playing with Rondo.
This man transitioned to the Lakers.
No, I was talking about the Lakers before.
Long ago.
Took a little detour, but now we're back on track.
Get back.
Let's bringing it back to the point.
I was boomeranging it. Boomeranging it.
Pardon me. Go ahead.
It's like Rondo, for example. Melo is a dude that a lot of people want to play with. Like, not much negativity there. You know what I mean? Just respected veteran.
Yep.
Fucking like.
I mean, the thing is, like back to the point of the Lakers. I mean, like the cats y'all depend on are not the older cats. I mean, LeBron, Westbrook, AD. Those are the center pieces that y'all are gonna like build around. You know what I mean?
That's our crux. But
exactly.
I'm saying like,
but the core around that you're not expecting to play, 40 minutes a game, it's all right. Like you know, Carmelo knows his role.
Why
Howard knows
diminish
his
their
role.
minutes though? Like, because they're not going to play 40. Why diminish their minutes because they're not going to play 40? Like, we know they're not going to play 40, but that doesn't mean they have no contribution.
They're not going to play 20.
Who's not going to play 20 minutes?
Dwight Howard, Carmelo.
But even Melo might be giving us 20 minutes in certain games.
20 minutes is certain, but not.
But I'm saying
not a core guy.
But I'm okay, but he doesn't have to be.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Like, so why are we diminishing that? Like, no
one's diminishing it. I'm just putting it out there. Like you don't have to rely on them to be the man. So it's like there's really no problem with their age because you're not asking them to be like you're not asking Carmelo to be the guy he was in Denver. You know what I'm saying?
Fair point, because he's not anymore.
Exactly.
But he's still capable.
So you get 20 minutes out of him a game?
And he's capable of that. He's capable of that. And he's capable of coming in. Well, some nights it'll be 12, and some nights he'll give us 20. Some nights it'll be 12, some nights he'll give us 20. But he's still capable.
But the thing is, some cats are going to need nights off.
They're
in that stage in their career.
Westbrook and AD, they're sitting. All right, Melo, we need 20.
No, it's not going to be like that.
We need 20 from Melo. Be like,
guys aren't sitting just to rest. Guys aren't sitting just to rest, dude.
You get 6.
Guys aren't sitting just to rest. We're playing.
Do you ever play any basketball, Rahman?
Not on a, I mean, I played maybe a summer league once. I did a couple basketball camps or whatnot, but not super serious. Yeah. I did like little league baseball, soccer, football in high school, martial arts throughout the whole thing. But yeah, I'm not, I mean, I was all right, but I didn't really take it super serious.
Martial arts was your thing.
Yeah.
Like that was your bag.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's next? You been working on any music at all, or
What? Since the album?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I kind of, you know, since Zombie's passing, I kind of went into a little zone and had to get some shit off. But yeah, you know, we stay writing, you know, on a daily, just putting rhymes together. And as far as like, you know, you get enough material to craft it into a song or see what's good. So I stay constant, but as far as recording and stuff, it's been more like I haven't really recorded much since the album outside of these Cal High sports things, which we do, but that's just a little, you know.
When nights the Cal Sports come on again?
What's that?
When nights is Cal High Sports come on again?
So it airs Sunday nights.
Sunday night.
I really should know that. It used to air on Coffee TV 20 and Comcast. I'm blanking on the channel that it's at, but it's, yeah, Cal High Sports Bay Area is basically, I mean, it's been around since we've been in high school, but it's basically like a sports center for high school sports in the Bay Area.
You guys never seen it?
It's basically high school sports focus, right?
Yeah, it's the same. Robert Bronstein is the same dude. You just had to change the names throughout the years, but it was originally High School Sports Focus, then became Cal High Sports Bay Area, and now I think it's Cal High 49ers Sports Report, before I think the Niners picked them up.
Right.
Yeah, they're still doing it.
I remember back in the day, it was like an honor to be on that shit. I remember when my track team was on it, I was like, oh shit, there I am. Like,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy too, because like now we'll see like Big Murph will send me like articles of like cats that are getting signed and like killing the game. Like I think the Simba Webster, I think he made a splash because he got signed and he went back to the, like, I guess he came up in a homeless shelter or whatnot, and was you know, because a lot of these players have incredible stories too. Like they come from super hardship and then just kill it on the field, and they get honored. But like, yeah, we've written raps about cats while they was in high school, and now they're making big splashes in the pros. That's dope. That's dope to see.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's documented stuff that you can look back to, like, oh shit, you know what I mean? We were on this guy before he blew up.
Right, exactly. You know.
It's crazy. Super crazy.
Yeah, there's hell of those too. There's like hundreds of those raps on YouTube, like just throughout the years. Those are fun too, because on just like on a writing, from a writing aspect, you'll get these crazy names that you have to like come up with rhymes for, you know, just on the rhyme scheme element of it. Like, let me see what we said for like
An exercise.
yeah, it's good to keep the mind sharp. Let me see. Like, you know, we got like stuff like, you know, it would be stuff like, okay, so last week's that played was Adam Harper from Camp Alindo Cougars, a senior quarterback. He led his team to a dominant win against Moreau Catholic. Harper went 11 for 16, threw for 283 yards, recorded 3 touchdowns. It was his first career varsity start for the Cougars, and because of the dominance displayed, he only played one half. So they basically send us these paragraphs of the players' stats and their games, and then we turn them into bars, and then they put those we record them, and then they put the recording to footage of their game. And so, like, you know, for that one, we came up with Camp Alindo has a starter. senior quarterback Adam Harper versus Monroe Catholic. He went Adam Sharper, then a Black Magnum Magic Marker in his first career varsity start for the Cougars. 283 yards was a cool start for the future. He threw 11 for 16, recorded 3 touchdowns, looking promising early on like the Cleveland Browns. You know, just coming up with little rhyme schemes and everything. What's your thought on the Cleveland Browns, Madman?
My
3-0 preseason.
I actually can't believe how far I've seen them come already.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as my expectations for this season coming up, they're in the mix. Would I consider them a heavy favorite to come out of the AFC? No, but they're in the mix. They're one of those teams that can compete to come out of the AFC.
Yeah. Bottom feeder anymore.
Not absolutely not. Absolutely. And actually, you know what? I think they. I think they may even be favored to win that division.
Like that? Think so?
I think they're favored over. Well, I think they should be favored over Pittsburgh and possibly maybe Baltimore. I mean, it's between Baltimore and Cleveland.
I don't think they're favored over Baltimore, man.
I mean, but Cleveland's right there in the mix with them. They're right there. And the division realistically could go to either one of those teams.
It's gonna be a good year, man.
I disagree hard.
What do you disagree with?
That's the Ravens division.
I mean, who's their QB right now? I can't remember his name.
They may be favored in a lot of
minds.
Lamar Jackson. They may be favored in a lot of minds, but Cleveland's a big threat to that division, bro. Big threat. Cleveland's a big threat.
Yeah, Cleveland Browns, man. I don't think you know. My late grandfather and my grandmother, she's still here. They were like the founders of the Bay Area Browns backers.
Really?
Yeah, my grandpa was president for a long time. He's mentioned in books from old Browns coaches and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
That is what's up.
See,
I grew up with heavy Browns.
Okay.
I hated
it. So
I'm just like, rooting for this team is never good. That's coming from a Raiders fan.
It's crazy because you think about episode 60, Otto Graham. He won 7 championships with the Cleveland Browns back in 46. Like,
they wore leather helmets, man.
But he won 7 out of 10 championship games. Like the Cleveland Browns used to be a problem, you know? Way back. Way back, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But since then, it's been misery. So
that's 80 years ago.
It was like 75 years ago, though.
80 years ago.
It was a long time ago. Yeah, the Browns, they've been hurting since.
So why, as a Raiders fan, what do you do with them being in Vegas? Like, what's the word? Y'all stay Raiders fans, or is it like they're not Oakland no more? So.
We got to rock with them, man. We got to rock with the squad. We got to catch one game a year out of Vegas.
It's just an excuse to get to Vegas, right?
Go to Vegas. Like you were just like, are you gonna not be a Raiders fan? Like, no, I'm gonna go to fucking Vegas.
Yeah, I can respect that.
So we are certified to go to Vegas once a year.
Yeah. Way to adapt.
Yeah.
It's a positive adaptation.
You just got to adjust. That's such is life.
Yeah, man. Our arms have been twisted.
we didn't choose this.
Yeah, it could be worse, right?
Hey,
yeah,
they could be in Rhode Island. You know? Rhode Island Raiders. That sounds hard though.
Yeah, good.
Sounds like those pirates out in Rhode Island.
Rhode Island Raiders. It sounds like a hockey team, really.
Yeah.
And that's a hockey team for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually a hockey team. Rhode Island, and if it's not, I'm gonna fucking buy a team in the AHL one day.
Yeah, stack them chips.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rhode Island.
We're going to Rhode Island.
Set the home base in Rhode Island.
Drive across the whole state in 35 minutes. Like, damn. I mean, across, not long ways. Long ways is like an hour and a half. Yeah, man. Rhode Island, good place to visit, not in the wintertime. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I don't want to be on the East Coast during the winter time at all.
Yeah, I don't want to do it ever again. Where you been, man? You've been around the world. You've been around everywhere. You know, especially when where you been, Rahman? What's the
Man.
what's the man?
Man, I've had a crazy opportunities. A lot of them through school. Like my first places that I traveled outside of the country. First place was middle school. I went to Japan. That was crazy. And then since then in high school, we went to Italy. Went to Iceland and Scotland. We went to Prague in the Czech Republic, in Vienna, in Austria, and then went to Cuba. And that was all pre-college.
That's crazy.
You've been around.
That was, yeah. And I forgot to mention, I got in freshman year, summer after freshman year, actually, I got a full scholarship to go to Africa, Botswana. I was down in Botswana for like a month, just on some summer trip, like community service type of thing. But that was crazy. So yeah, I've hit pretty much every continent except for Australia. Last year, actually, before the pandemic, like pretty much like, yeah, less than a year before the pandemic, I went with my martial arts team. We went to China. That was crazy. We were out there training. Yeah, man, I like world travel is, I think, is another crucial aspect of like learning and growing up, you know, and having a, you know, becoming a just getting a context of what life is like outside of the United States, because we do live in such a bubble, you know, this feels like, oh, this is normal, the way that the world thinks is, you know, all the media that's put to us, and it's like so easy to just, especially if you don't have anything to compare it to just think like that's normal. But like when you go outside and you see how people are living, and even how other people view America from the outside is so different than how we view it from the inside. And you know, so yeah, I've got a lot of opportunities to like just talk to different people and see how people are living and everything. But I would say Africa is one of the craziest things as far as culture shock. Going there and coming back, like they think, you know, the culture shock is actually like what Trevor Noah was describing in that story. Like I know what he's talking about, because I stay with a family, and literally like one spigot in the yard, an outhouse, and that's it. When the lights go out, when the sun goes down, pitch black. You ain't got no street lights or nothing. It's like lanterns, and that's, you know, it's pitch black. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a whole other way of living. But you know, you stay out there, and but the thing is like the thing that keeps coming back from all that experience is like the poorer places that I've been, like the third world countries, the people are so much more rich. Like the people are just more kind, they're more present, they're more generous. Like the opposite of what you would think. Like you would think somebody that don't got shit would be hella hoarding their resources, but it's like the opposite. You know, they be sharing, they be like so happy to just, you know, meet and talk and so interested. And then it's like you come back to the States and everybody's in their little bubble and like, you know, looking sideways at each other. It's like not knowing what people's motivations are, like not having trust. It's like, it's almost like on that point of trust that you were saying, like, it's like when you really poor, like really poor, trust is a necessity. Like if you can't, if you're not a trustworthy person, you will not survive. Like you have to be that just if you want to live, because there ain't no, you know, you killing yourself if you don't have that. If you're not trustworthy, like you're not going to make it. You need that community. And I think that's a lesson that we all could learn from in America, you know, and like the real, you know, the real hoods and stuff get a sense of that, you know, like there is a code in the streets. Like I'm learning there's more of a code. There was like more of a code in like Fillmore and like Hunters Point, you know, back before crack, you know, there was definitely that code that existed, that survival code. You know, but America and the American system has just fucked with our natural people so much in so many different nefarious ways that it's like we're all fucked up now, you know, and we got to navigate through that. So, you know, I say, you know, and even like I was kind of, it's weird because it's like I try not to take those things for granted, but I still get surprised like when I see the kids in juvie or whatnot, like a lot of them was like they ain't never been to the beach. They ain't never been outside of their neighborhood, like never outside of their neighborhood. That's all they know. And it like blows me away. You know, it's like, damn, like how much could that maybe change their view of their life if they were to just see another, you know, space, you know, get out in nature. It's like those things, like they seem simple enough, but it don't happen as often as you think.
It's crazy that you say that, man. It's like, I remember just being in college, you know what I mean? Like one of my roommates, you know what I'm saying? He was a, you know, brother from Hayward. And like he went to the beach for the first time in Long Beach. And he was just like, he came back and he was describing it to me. He was like, yeah, man, it looked like in the postcards and shit. That's what's like, like this guy's from Hayward. Like he's like 30 minutes from the beach. What the fuck? Like,
yeah.
He's just never been there because it's just not something that, you know, his environment even talked about, you know?
Right. Yeah, it's not even like presented as something to do because there's other conversations going on. Yeah, now it's a trip.
Just wanna go to the beach ass nigga?
That's crazy.
Yeah. I just went to the beach over Labor Day. Like that was like, you know, and it's like you do gotta make plans for it, you know.
Yeah.
You know, but it is we got a lot out here in Cali, man. There's so much that we could take advantage of as far as different environments, natural spaces.
I'll meet you in other places, from other states, man. We come out here and say, I want to see the beach. Like, you gotta realize the majority of the states don't have beaches.
Yeah.
It's literally the coast.
You know,
they see on TV, you know what I mean? Like, this is California, you know, I'm trying to go to the beach. What's up? You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, gotta take that shit for granted. So.
Yeah. And I gotta bring it back to Northern California too, because like I got footage of a conversation between Lonnie Green and Davey D. We all know Davey D, right?
No.
And he was saying like when he first came over from New York, they thought California was LA. That's all they knew of California. They're like, oh yeah, what else is there in California besides LA? They had no idea that there was Bay Area anything, you know.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That must have been a real shock.
Well, he came here and never left, so you know. Something must have spoke.
Wind up in Oakland and realize, oh wow, there's all kinds of culture out here.
Yeah.
All kinds of history.
Yeah, but no, I mean, like all the places that I've been, like I'm super happy to just stay in the Bay, you know. I just love it, you know. Is everything you could possibly need, you know, and you know, it's great to get out and travel and see other places. But as far as like home base, it's Bay Area for me.
Amen. I'm right there with you. It's expensive out here, but I'm glad to be here. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a privilege to keep it 100%. Like, it's a privilege to be able to live out here. You know, to stay out here if you've been here for a while, and you know. But yeah, rock it as long as you can.
Amen.
Guy said, what he said is it giving up a lot of realness tonight, loving it. Oh yeah. That's what we do out here, man. Rahman Jamaal, Big Chillin, guys. This is episode 60.
Hey.
60 weeks.
60.
Episode 4. I mean, season 4, hey. Episode 60.
Hey, the episodes are getting up to like senior citizen age, man.
Right. We're now 60.
Like a couple more episodes, we get our AARP card. Get the discount at Denny's. But,
yeah.
But don't shorten my portion.
Oh, no, keep the portions the same, man. Right. Keep the Grand Slam popping.
Yeah. I just want the 55 plus price, not the portion.
There you
go.
Man.
That's real shit.
Man, it's not something I like to think about, but man, I'm gonna be hitting another decade this year.
Oh boy.
Crazy, bro.
Hey man.
Crazy.
You know, like the way I see it, the older we get, we're just setting more of an example for the younger generation.
Right.
Yo, I'm 50. I'm still hip hopping. What's popping?
Right.
You're
right.
I'll still rock a show. You know, I can teach a class. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm hip hop. What's good?
Right. Right.
So I feel like we're like, you know, we're getting to that place where we're the elder statesmen. You know, we're trying to show these youngsters like this is how it's done correctly. You know what I mean? So
you know, it's funny what you just described. I feel was exactly what Rakim did when we went to go see him. Oh, like that's the exact statement he made. Like I'm still here. I'm still doing this shit.
Right.
Better than so many of you motherfuckers.
So many
motherfuckers.
My live show shits on your whole
Oh
life.
my god. he's still at age 50 is still one of the dopest like live. Well, I've never seen him live before this time, but I mean like his performance, bro.
Like,
that was crazy.
See, the thing that makes it so much easier when you're at that age and you got so many classics is you don't even got to spit half your bars. You just stop and let the crowd spit it for you.
Yeah.
Like, it's been a long time.
Sure. Yeah.
Hey, that's what's up.
Young T say he's 50 next year and he's just not rocking.
Hey, it's never too late.
What's up?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just had a birthday not too long ago.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Doug. We still out here hip hopping, man. Like these youngsters need an example of what it can be. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't all gotta be what's coming out your radio or what's on your TV. It's still a way to make a way with this hip hop. You know what I mean? So we just gotta keep trying to set the example.
Yup. Like I feel like anybody that's hip hop, like we age hella slower. Like I ain't know, you know what I mean? Like when I look at cats who have really like been doing it, you know, it's like you don't look 50, you don't look 40, you know, whatever it is, you know, like I ran into a friend from high school and it's like we looked at each other like, damn, we didn't age too much. We look kind of the same. But, you know, I think being connected with an art, with a creative expression is a very, very important part of that. You know,
it keeps you young at heart, man. You know what I mean? Keep that youthful energy alive.
You know.
He said, for real. That's how you say it. Yeah. That's just how it is, man. But, you know, you rock as long as you want to rock. That's how I say it.
I mean, I've never understood why hip hop tries to date their artists. Like, no, you're too old. step aside. Like Mick Jagger is almost 80.
Yeah.
This motherfucker is touring. You know what I'm saying? Why is hip hop trying to put cats in a box like that? I don't like that.
Yeah, that's that industry though. Again, that's the industry telling you that. Because if you're on the street and you still got it, hey, ain't nobody can tell you shit.
There you go.
Yeah, we got fucking Keith Richards still living.
Keith Richards did all the drugs. All of them. I don't know how there's any left. You know what I'm saying? And he's still touring. He's still at it. Still touring, and no one's asking any questions. No one's like, Keith Richards, why don't you go home? Like, nah, man.
And I wonder what's happening to you.
If they told him to, he'd say, fuck you. I'm out here on my tour. I got this money to make. I don't know. Hip hop is different, but you know, that's why, you know, it's a younger genre, and that's why we're still here to keep it moving, man. You know what I mean? Like, that's why shout out to Rakim shutting the house down the other night. You know what I mean? Showing like, hey, I still got it, man. Like, ain't nothing changed. Like, age is just a fucking number, man.
Yep.
Man, this has been a great time chilling with you, Rahman Jamaal.
Big bro.
Yeah, man.
Put his Bandcamp in the chat.
Appreciate everybody. Appreciate everybody tuning in, and hopefully you get some new music out of it. And you know what I'm saying.
Vibe to it, man. If you like it now, share it, man. Share it with somebody else. They'll like it too.
That's how that goes.
Yup.
You can follow Rahman Jamaal at Rahman Jamaal. So
Yeah, Rahman Jamaal, two ways at the end, Jamaal. And then Rap Force Academy is the other one. That's a website. That's an educational company.
Yeah.
Hip Hop Congress, definitely plug in with that. H2E2 initiative on IG. Adrenaline Worldwide for the martial arts. If you got little ones, preschool age, you can follow Thistlegarden on IG.
That comes from all angles. I like that shit.
Yeah. 360.
No, I love Thistlegarden. It's really cool.
Yeah, that's right. You and Ashley trying to bring a little one in the world. What's up?
You know, working on it.
Okay. Well,
Get a house.
we know we got you when the time comes.
Got you with the ABCs, man.
That's right. With the rap alphabet.
Yeah, man, for sure. Yo, it's make sure you guys subscribe to everything Diff Dope. Subscribe to everything Rahman Jamaal. Subscribe to Thistlegarden on YouTube. It is the educational TV show, and it has it very much has remnants of educational TV shows of old. Kind of like a blast from the past a little bit.
Yeah, right on.
You know, I like it a lot. It reminds me of Mr. Roger.
Yup.
That's what it reminds me of. But like better, because you know it does have Mr. Roger.
Yup, and Three-Headed Dragon featured on what was it, episode T? Yep. So basically you got a different episode for every letter of the alphabet, and all the music, I'll give you all a little Easter egg thing. All the music is either by a band that starts with the letter of that alphabet or a song that starts with the letter of that alphabet, but really it's usually both, that the band and the song start with the letter of the alphabet.
So yeah.
Damn.
So that's why you guys got triangle offense. And the three-headed dragon.
They got a edited version.
Huh?
They got like an edited version.
No, it says fuck out while the dragon's going around.
Right. For T, what? It was it was three-headed dragon, and what was the song? Triad?
Triangle offense.
Triangle offense. Yeah. So yeah, three-headed dragon, triangle offense, had the instrumental in there, and then on the credits, Madman comes on with the first verse.
Right.
And it fades out before you get to the
Nice.
you know what I'm saying.
Like, wow, these kids had to hear that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man. Letter T, man. Check that out. Disregard, subscribe. It's a pleasure to be a part of something educational. And yeah, that's most of my life anyway. So.
For sure. Well, it's time for us to get to work on that tip. We'll definitely be building with y'all. And also, like, I already told y'all know Lindsay Leong, right?
Yeah, of course.
Hella famous, yeah. So I've been talking with her, and bringing y'all to some of the events that she wants to throw, and bringing in this whole educational conversation to artists, D. Labrie as well. But yeah, it's time to build, man. This is the year, so we'll be getting on that, and then we'll have to have a recap on the podcast, catch folks up.
Yeah, man. This podcast is as soon as we hang up, it's there. It's on the page. So
Cool.
So this is easily easily
shareable.
Yeah. Easily shared.
Promotable.
Yep.
Well, I appreciate y'all having me.
Yes, indeed.
Yo, man, we went almost 4 hours, yo.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, man. You know what I'm saying? You added a whole different flavor to the gumbo tonight, man.
Okay. All right, good to know.
Yo, Rahman Jamaal, this is episode 60, y'all. Please be sure to subscribe to everything Diff Dope, subscribe to everything Rahman Jamaal. Don't forget that there's a new MXD Persona track coming out. Listen to the summer EP, run up the views on changes, in your speakers coming soon. Talk to me coming soon. And of course, check out the progress on Hitman. Yo, this is Diff Dope. This is Big Chillin, y'all. Rahman Jamaal, we've had a great deal with you. It's been awesome. Hope to see you soon. Thank you, everyone. Tune in the chat. The chat was making live today. We appreciate all of you. Until next time, peace, everybody. Episode 60.
Rahman Jamaal, much respect,
Peace
my
out. Much love.